Chapter 326 End of the Frozen Jade Zither Auction. The Yu family, huh? How amusing that they're paying so much money to Yuan after kicking him out of the family and robbing him of everything while being completely oblivious to the truth. Mei Xiu could only imagine the shock on the Yu family's face once they realized player Yuan's true identity. Perhaps they might even puke blood once they learn the truth. If they had treated Yuan with even the slightest of care, perhaps the Yu family wouldn't have needed to spend so much money on the frozen Jade Zither, Mei Xiu mumbled to herself as the last 10 minutes slowly approached zero. Meanwhile, across all CO Player Auctions headquarters and working buildings around the world, all of its staff members were watching the auction with wide grins on their faces, looking like they were just minutes away from winning the lottery. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Li. You'll definitely be promoted after this auction. That'll definitely make history. Hell, they might even move you to the main headquarters. His fellow workers treated Li differently after they realized that the treasure and auction were real, acting like they never doubted him in the first place. Don't forget about us when you move up the ladder, Li. Although these people were praising and cheering for Li's success out in the open and acted like they were happy for him, they were actually burning with envy inwardly, cursing the heavens for not sending the notification for the auction request to them instead of Li. Thank you all. If I hadn't listened to my guts and ignored the auction request, we wouldn't be here right now. Li said to them with the widest smile in the room on his face. Not only will he receive recognition for his work, but he'll also receive a small portion of that 10% service fee, and even if it's just 10% of that 10%, he'd be earning at least $6 million, which is far more than his total income after working for the company for over 20 years. Look! It increased by another $1 million. Who is this music genius? One of them asked. That's the pride of the Jiang family. He's a musical genius who shook the world with his musical talents at 10 years old, and he has been playing for Royal Entertainment for the last 9 years. Royal Entertainment? Ah, they're the Yu family's #1 rival, who owns Jade Entertainment. So it's a battle between the two largest giants in the music industry, huh? I wonder who'll end up victorious since they both have enormous wealth. The staff and hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as two families fought for the frozen Jade Zither. Yu family bids $603 million. Music genius bids $605 million. Yu family bids $610 million. Music genius bids $610,100,000. Yu family bids $610,200,000. The battle between the Yu family and music genius continued even a couple of minutes after the timer for the auction reached zero. Once the bid remains unmatched for 10 seconds, the winner will be decided. When the auction reached $620 million, the viewers watched in anticipation as the final countdown started. 010, 009, 008, 007. Once the countdown finally reached zero, a large announcement appeared in the middle of the website. Congratulations to the Yu family for winning this bid. In the end, the Yu family won the bid, but it cost them $620 million. However, while this may seem like a lot of money, it was only a drop in the bucket for them who owns one of the largest entertainment companies in the world with businesses and branches all over the world, earning them billions annually. Once the auction ended, $620 million were deducted from the Yu family's account before being sent straight to Mixius' account on the website with the service fees already deducted. In the end, Mei Xiu received $558 million from the auction and an additional $20,000 for her initial deposit that was doubled by Li. Mei Xiu wasted no time withdrawing the money, depositing it directly to the bank account that she shared with Yuan. Normally, having such a massive amount of money suddenly deposited into one's bank account at once would alert the bank and trigger some sort of investigation, but luckily for Yuan and Mei Xiu, the bank account was created by Yu Rou, who was the daughter of the prestigious Yu family, granting that bank account premium features such as absolute anonymity. Mei Xiu went to look at the bank account to make sure the money had been deposited, and sure enough, there were $558,020,000 inside. Ding! A notification from the CO Player Auctions appeared a few minutes after the auction ended. Congratulations on the auction. The upper management would like to request an interview with you. They have promised that you'll receive full anonymity so you don't have to worry about your identities being leaked. What do you say? After reading the notification, Meishio typed 3 words without any hesitation. No, thank you. I understand. If you ever have something else that you'd like to sell, please don't hesitate to use CO Player Auctions again. We'll even give you some sort of deal such as reducing the service fees. Once again, thank you for trusting and using our platform. The internet went crazy with everybody talking about the frozen Jade Zither auction, and many people believed it to be player Yuan's treasure. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan and Lan Yingying had just returned to the temple. There are too many trees here, so we'll have to go on foot, Lan Yingying said to him before transforming back to her human form. Her white hair and pink eyes also returned back to their original colors. Sometime later, they arrived at the cabin. Grandfather. Grandmother. Lan Yingying called out to them as they approached the cabin. You're back with the young man already? Did you decide to change your mind and impregnate our granddaughter, after all? The grandparents were pleasantly surprised to see Yuan return with Lan Yingying so quickly. Chapter 327 Preparing for the Demon's Invasion. Grandfather, this isn't the time to joke. We have an emergency. Lan Yingying said to him as she retrieved the demon core and showed it to him. What's that? Grandpa Lan didn't immediately recognize the demon core since it has been many years since he last saw one. However, when he finally realized what he was looking at, his eyes widened with surprise, and his playful expression turned solemn. Where did you get that demon core? He asked her in a serious voice, and he continued, let's talk inside. A few moments later, they returned to the table. Once all 4 of them were fully seated, Lan Yingying recalled their encounter with the demon and how Yuan defeated it. We were attacked by a demon on our way to the city. She started off with this shocking information. What? Impossible. The Lord's sword aura should have prevented them from getting so close to the city. Grandma Lan said. Yes. But they absorbed my parents' blood, granting them resistance to the sword aura. Lan Yingying sighed. They what? These damn demons. Grandpa Lan slammed the desk in a small fit of rage. After a moment of awkward silence, Grandma Lan spoke. Then what happened to that demon? Surely, you didn't kill it, since we know you can't kill demons yet. Lan Yingying nodded and said, the demon was killed, but I was not the one who killed it. She then turned to look at Yuan and continued, Yuan was the one who killed it. Why you? The grandparents turned to look at Yuan with disbelief written all over their faces. How could a human that's only a spirit warrior kill a demon? Judging by the energy coming from the demon core, that demon should have been no weaker than a peak spirit master. A spirit warrior defeating a peak spirit master? In what world would this make any sense? How on earth did you kill the demon? They asked him a moment later, still with a dazed look on their faces. I used a sealing technique on the demon before finishing it off, Yuan responded in a casual manner, acting like it was only an ordinary magical beast that had slain. Sealing technique? Are you perhaps from the demon's sealing clan in the outside world? They were always there to help whenever a demon was involved. Grandpa Lan asked him. Yuan shook his head, no, I am not associated with the demon's sealing clan. I learned the sealing technique by chance. By chance, you say? The grandparents looked at each other. Demon sealing techniques are incredibly rare because the demon sealing clan seized most of the techniques during the ancient times and forbade people from sharing the technique with strangers, as it was the pride of their family and what made them unique in the cultivation world. Therefore, learning such a technique by chance was very unlikely. Anyways, let me continue. The demon Yuan slew said that the rest of the demons intend on raiding the divine forest in 2 weeks. What should we do? Lan Yingying asked them. 2 weeks, huh? They mumbled before turning quiet to ponder. After a long moment of silence, Grandpa Lan looked at Yuan before asking him, what do you plan on doing, young man? I'd like to help you with whatever I can, he quickly responded. I see. We greatly appreciate it, and your demon's sealing technique will definitely help our situation a lot, but are you sure? It's going to be very dangerous fighting against the demons. Since you already killed one, there should be 4 demons left, including the Demon Lord, who is the most powerful of them all. And judging from the demon core you got, that demon was probably the weakest of the bunch. If you stay here with us, we cannot guarantee your safety. Yuan nodded and said, there's still 2 weeks before they attack, right? That's plenty of time for me to increase my strength. I guess, in their eyes, 2 weeks was no different than 2 days, and not many improvements can be made in such a short time even if he was a peak genius. If Yuan was given 2 years, perhaps he might be able to assist their fight with the Demon Lord, but at his current level, he wouldn't even be able to get in range to attack the Demon Lord without dying. I understand. If you need anything at all, just let us know. Grandpa Lon said to him. Hearing such words, Yuan didn't hesitate to ask, then do you have any monster cores? Monster cores? No, we don't. However, we can hunt some magical beasts and get you some. Grandpa Lon said. How many do you need? Most magical beasts around this area are above Spirit Master. I want as many as possible if you don't mind, Yuan said without hesitation. I understand. I'll go hunt some magical beasts after this. Thank you for the trouble, Yuan said to him. Ha ha ha. Don't mind it. No amount of monster cores will be able to match a demon core for us. Sometime later, Yuan asked them, by the way, I have been wondering. Since Miss Lon is a divine beast, does this mean both of you are also divine beasts? Oh. Ying told you about it? Yuan nodded. That's right. I am also a divine beast. However, Grandma Lon here is not a divine beast. My real form is a jade serpent. I am just an ordinary magical beast. Grandma Lon said. When a divine beast mates with an ordinary magical beast, the baby will always be a divine beast, but we can only have 1 child in our lifetime. Grandpa Lon explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, if the demons want to attack us, we'll be fully prepared for them. Grandpa Lon said. However, it won't be easy defeating 4 demons when there are only 2 of us who can actually kill the demons, me and you, young man. I'm going to hunt some magical beasts right now and see if I can get you some monster cores. In the meantime, you can stay here with the other 2. Of course, if you want to be more productive, you can always mate with Ying. Grandpa Lon said with a smile on his face before leaving the cabin. Chapter 328 Consuming Magical Beasts. Once Grandpa Lon left the cabin, the atmosphere immediately turned silent. Young man, would you like some tea? Grandma Lon suddenly asked him. I do, he quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare some for you right now. Lon Ying then said, I'm going to increase my cultivation. Oh. Do you cultivate normally like humans or do you do something else to improve your cultivation? Yuan asked her. I can cultivate normally, but that's not the most effective method for us, at least my bloodline. In order to increase my cultivation base quickly, I must consume other magical beasts. Yuan's eyes flickered with interest and excitement after hearing her words, and he asked, does this mean you can also eat monster cores? Lon Ying nodded, we can eat them, but monster cores take very long for us to fully absorb, and the amount of spiritual energy we obtain from monster cores cannot compare to the magical beast's body itself. And it sometimes gives us stomachaches, so I tend to avoid eating them. Wow. Yuan mumbled. Even though her method of eating monster cores differs from his own method, it was still quite fascinating to find someone else who can eat monster cores. Do you think I can watch you? Yuan suddenly asked her. Why you want to watch me consume magical beasts? Lon Ying looked at him with wide eyes. Yes. Yuan nodded, his gaze filled with curiosity. I guess. Lon Ying nodded after feeling slight hesitation. Follow me outside. Once they were outside, Lon Ying retrieved all of the magical beast corpses that they'd collected during their journey, piling them up like a small mountain. Lon Ying glanced at Yuan for a brief second before transforming into her beast form. She then grabbed one of the magical beast's corpses with her tail and lifted it in the air, directly above her head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying opened her large mouth before releasing her tail, dropping the magical beast's corpse into her mouth and swallowing it whole. Yuan watched in fascination. He never thought magical beasts could cultivate in such a manner. Lan Yingying released a satisfied noise after swallowing the magical beast, and white flames could be seen blowing out of her mouth and nose when she breathed. After eating her first magical beast, Lan Yingying picked up the second one and proceeded to consume that one in a single bite as well. In just a few moments, Lan Yingying cleaned up the mountain of magical beasts, and she was so absorbed in eating that she'd forgotten about Yuan watching her. Ah, that was delicious. Lan Yingying spoke with a satisfied voice. Amazing. Where does all of that go? Even if your body is big, it's weird seeing how you consume a mountain of magical beasts and still look completely normal. Yuan asked her. If he ate a lot of food, his stomach would bloat a little. Oh. I don't really consume them. I burn them with sacred fire, converting them to spiritual energy inside my body and increasing my cultivation that way. This way, I won't feel full no matter how many magical beasts I consume. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form before going back inside the cabin with Yuan to drink tea Grandma Lan made. Can you tell me more about the outside world? Lan Yingying suddenly asked him. The outside? What do you want to know? I don't know. Anything you know. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, I don't know much, but I'll tell you everything I have experienced outside. Thus, Yuan began telling her of his journey ever since he became a cultivator. Of course, the story didn't last long since Yuan hadn't been a cultivator for long. I see. The outside world seems like a wonderful place. In this world, we cannot wander too much or leave the Lord's sword aura or the demons will be able to kill us. Lan Yingying sighed. After tea, Grandma Lan took Yuan upstairs to the rooms and said to him, since we don't expect guests, we don't have any spare rooms. Therefore, how about you share a room with Yingying? Her bed is big enough to fit 2 people comfortably, too. The smile on her face grew wider and wider the more she spoke. It's okay, I don't need a room, Yuan said, dumbfounding Grandma Lan. Then where will you sleep? She asked. I will be cultivating so it doesn't matter if I have a room or not, he responded. Is that so? Grandma mumbled, feeling that getting this young man to mate with their granddaughter might be harder than defeating even the demon lord. Yuan logged off sometime later as it was getting late. Yuan, the auction ended, Meishio said to him during dinner. Really? How much did it sell for? The frozen jade Zither sold for $620 million, and we got $558,020,000 after the service fees. Now we can pay for the rent of this place even though Rouse friend is willing to lend it to us for free, Yuan said. Meishio raised her eyebrows. This is the first thing he thinks about after obtaining so much money? Paying for rent? If he wanted, he could even buy this entire building and still have plenty left. Can you tell Xiao Hua and the others that I most likely won't be able to regroup with the other 2 disciples anytime soon? Yuan suddenly said. Why? Did something happen? Yes, and it's not something I can ignore, Yuan said, and he proceeded to explain the Lan family's situation to Meishio. Demons, I understand. I'll let them know when I log on tomorrow. Thank you, Yuan said. Oh, right. One more thing, Meishio. If you need to buy something, just use the money we got from the auction. You don't need to ask me for permission. Are you sure? It's your money. She said. What am I going to do with so much money? If we ever run out, I can just sell some more items. Yuan said. I understand. Thank you, Yuan. Meishio went to sleep shortly after cleaning up and Yuan spent the night cultivating in the real world. Chapter 329 Heaven Refining Physique. The following morning, Meishio logged into the game after feeding Yuan breakfast, and she relayed to them Yuan's situation. As expected of the young master. willingly helping these people even though they're up against demons. Fang Yuxiang sighed with a look of admiration on her face. Even if she was in her phoenix form and with all of her powers, she wouldn't dare to fight demons unless it was absolutely necessary. Tell Brother Yuan to not push himself too hard when you get the chance, Xiaohua said to Meishiu. I understand. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan went to visit the faceless statue again. Just who are you? He mumbled as he stared at the statue with a dazed look on his face. Sometime later, Lan Yingying approached him and said, Yuan, my grandfather has returned. Already? That was fast. The two of them returned to the cabin a few minutes later. Hey, young man, I have returned. Grandpa Lan said to Yuan as he extended his hand with a leather pouch in his grasp. I have hunted every magical beast in the divine forest. Although there weren't many magical beasts in the first place, I have managed to obtain a couple of monster cores for you. Thank you very much. Yuan accepted the leather pouch with a wide smile on his face. Yingying, I saved their corpses for you. Grandpa Lan then handed a spatial ring to her. Thank you, grandfather. Don't mention it. The two of us have reached our limits, so it won't do us any good. However, this is also the same for those demons. Therefore, we should focus on the two of you, who can still grow. Grandpa Lan said to them. I'm going to consume them in a bit. Lan Yingying said. What about you, young man? There may not be many monster cores inside, but you won't be able to absorb all of them in 2 weeks. Go ahead, take a look inside. Yuan nodded and opened the storage pouch, and 3 monster cores fell onto his palms. 2 Spirit Master monster cores and 1 at the Spirit Grandmaster level. Grandpa Lan said. Wow, this is much better than I'd expected. Once again, thanks. Ha ha ha. You can thank me by mating with Yingying. Grandpa Lan said, not giving up on this matter just yet. Sometime later, Lan Yingying went outside so that she could consume the magical beasts her grandfather brought back. And to Yuan's surprise, over 300 magical beasts' corpses piled up in front of the cabin, surpassing the previous mountain by at least 3 folds. It took over 300 magical beasts to obtain 3 monster cores. Yuan dreaded how many he'd need to kill in order to obtain one in the future as he grows stronger, since it'll only get harder to obtain them. While Lan Yingying consumed the magical beasts, Yuan tilted his mask and prepared to swallow the monster cores. Grandpa Lan expressed great shock after seeing what he was trying to do, and he quickly exclaimed, What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you got the urge to eat monster cores after witnessing Yingying eat the magical beasts, right? You'll die. Lan Yingying stopped eating to see what the commotion was about. Young man, humans cannot consume monster cores. Even magical beasts cannot do it. Yingying is a little bit special because of her unique bloodline as a divine beast, and even she gets stomachaches from swallowing them. Grandma Lan shook her head. It's okay, said Yuan in a calm voice, and he continued, I also have a special physique, and it allows me to consume monster cores. Lan Yingying and her grandparents' jaw dropped from shock after hearing his words. Can he really eat monster cores? What kind of heaven-defying physique does he have? Here, let me show you, Yuan said as he tossed one of the Spirit Master monster cores into his mouth, swallowing the tiny amount of sweet liquid left behind afterward. Heaven-refining physique activated? Qi has been refined from the Earth Dragon's monster core. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6th Spirit Warrior, plus 3, 500 stats. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior, plus 4, 000 stats. You have reached 8th level Spirit Warrior, plus 4, 500 stats. You have reached 9th level Spirit Warrior, plus 5, 000 stats. You have reached 1st level Spirit Master, plus 10, 000 stats. You have reached 2nd level Spirit Master, plus 11, 000 stats. Who? Yuan released a deep breath after consuming the monster core. See? I am perfectly fine, he said to them afterward. However, there was no response from the grandparents or Lan Yingying, as they all stared at him with a gawking expression on their faces. They always thought Yuan to be a human being, but after witnessing him consume monster cores and break through multiple realms as easy as breathing, they began to doubt whether he was really human or not. Hell, they wouldn't doubt it even if Yuan suddenly revealed to them that he was a divine beast this entire time. Why, young man? If you don't mind me asking, what kind of physique do you have? Grandpa Lan asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded and said, Heaven refining physique. He didn't mind telling them since he trusted them. Heaven refining physique? That legendary physique? Grandpa Lan unconsciously took a few steps back from shock. You know of my physique? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. After taking a deep breath, Grandpa Lan nodded and said, the heaven refining physique is one of the most mythical physiques to ever exist, and if I remember correctly, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan had this physique. The founder? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How long ago are we talking about? Many millions of years ago, I guess. Grandpa Lan said, and he continued, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan was also rumored to eat demon cores, but nobody has ever confirmed it. Chapter 330 Bane of Demons. What else do you know about the founder of the Demon Sealing clan? Yuan asked him, his interest piqued. Perhaps he might learn something new about his physique. Not much, honestly. He was a powerful man, one of the most powerful entities during his time, and he founded the Demon Sealing clan to slay demons. Nobody knows his background or his motives for founding the clan, but all of the humans and even magical beasts admired him like a god. As for the demons, well, they'd run just from the mention of his name. What was his name? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, his name has been lost to the passage of time, so nobody really knows. However, we know his nickname, Bane of Demons, Divine Paragon. Divine Paragon? What a cool nickname. Yuan mumbled, thinking how nice it would be if he also had a nickname. Sometime later, Yuan proceeded to consume the other two monster cores. Heaven refining physique activated? Qi has been refined from the forest mantis monster core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level Spirit Master, plus 12,000. You have reached 4th level Spirit Master, plus 13,000. Heavens. It took you 2 monster cores to increase your cultivation base by almost an entire realm. Does your heaven refining physique have a limit? Grandpa Lan mumbled in a dazed voice. A limit, huh? I have never reached this so-called limit yet, so I can't really tell you. Yuan said. Is that so? But don't push yourself too hard. Grandpa Lan said. I won't, Yuan said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan popped the last monster core into his mouth, which contained the power of a spirit grandmaster that is considered to be the peak of the lower heavens. Whoosh! Yuan could feel his body gushing with spiritual energy after consuming the monster core, feeling as though many years of unused energy suddenly surged forward. Heaven refining physique? Qi has been absorbed from the Blood Ripper. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 5th level Spirit Master, plus 14,000. You have reached 6th level Spirit Master, plus 15,000. You have reached 7th level Spirit Master, plus 16,000. You have reached 8th level Spirit Master, plus 17,000. You have reached 9th level Spirit Master, plus 18,000. Yuan's cultivation base stopped at the 9th level. I didn't reach Spirit Grandmaster, but I can somehow feel it. Yuan mumbled, feeling as though his body had grown larger from the sheer amount of power that resided within his body at this moment. My lord. Are you okay, young man? Do you feel any different right now? Any pain? Grandpa Lan asked him. Normally, one wouldn't be able to increase their cultivation base so quickly, skipping so many levels at once. If they did, it was most likely with the help of some priceless treasure, and it would only be 1 or 2 levels, not an entire realm and some more. However, even then, their body will feel uncomfortable, even pain from the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy suddenly going inside their body. I feel perfectly fine, actually, I feel a little full, almost like I just ate a feast, but it's spiritual energy instead of food. Yuan said. You shouldn't keep so much energy inside your body for too long or it might actually harm your body. Go and release it by training your techniques. Grandpa Lan said to Yuan, and he pointed in a certain direction before continuing. There's a training area not far from here. Okay, I'll go now. Thank you. Yuan immediately began running to the training area, and compared to before, his speed almost tripped. In just a few minutes, he arrived at this spacious area that had large boulders placed everywhere with the largest boulder as large as a 10-story building. And without further ado, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and began his rampage on these boulders. Bloody Sword Strike. Yuan released as much spiritual energy as he could with the technique. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared as the Empyrean Overlord cleaved the large boulders cleanly in half, almost like a sharp knife against a piece of paper. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan used his strongest attack on the 10-story building after cleaving a few large boulders. The entire ground shook as a massive beam of spiritual energy released from the Empyrean Overlord and flew towards the building. Boom! The entire boulder disintegrated until nothing was left in an instant, almost like Yuan had used a flamethrower on a ball of cotton. However, the attack didn't stop at the boulder and continued flying into the distance, directly at the mountain not far away. Boom! The ground shook again as the heaven-splitting sword strike created a large hole in this mountain. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Grandpa Lan held a profound expression on his face as he stared at the hole that had suddenly appeared in this mountain at the horizon. Ying, what do you think of this human? He suddenly asked her, who was still stuffing her mouth with magical beasts. Yuan? She stopped eating and asked. If you can leave this world, would you be willing to follow him, is what I'm trying to ask. Grandpa Lan spoke with a solemn look on his face. I can leave this world? Really? I won't guarantee you anything, but if you bring this human to the Mystic Pagoda, he might be able to bring you outside. It's a strong feeling I am getting right now, and my intuition is rarely wrong. But the demons will be attacking us soon. And he only has a month in this place. Lan Ying said. I know, which is why instead of being sitting ducks and waiting for them to prepare for the invasion, we should strike them first when they least expect it. Grandpa Lan suddenly suggested, shocking Lan Ying. Once you consume all of the magical beasts and the young man gets used to his newfound strength, well, attack. Chapter 331 Learning to Fly. After spending almost the entire day exhausting himself, Yuan returned to the cabin. Welcome back, young man. How do you feel? Grandpa Lan said to him. I feel even better than before despite having less energy, Yuan said, feeling as though he had released all of his pent-up frustration by destroying countless boulders. Good. Then let me tell you our plans. Grandpa Lan said, and he continued, instead of waiting for the demons to invade us, we're going to invade them before they're fully prepared, and we're going to do it in 3 days. Do you think you'll be ready by then? 3 days, huh? I think I will be ready. Yuan nodded. Great, then if you need anything until then, don't hesitate to let us know. Sometime later, Yuan logged off for dinner. After dinner, Yuan cultivated until the morning, reaching 6th level Spirit Warrior. When he returned to the game, Yuan took a seat outside the cabin and began practicing his Qi manifestation. This is definitely much easier now that I'm at the 9th level Spirit Master. Yuan mumbled to himself as he manifested the spiritual inside of his body without any effort at all. After practicing for a couple of hours, a notification appeared before him. You have learned Qi manifestation. Qi manifestation, rank, Earth, description, allows you to release your spiritual energy outside the body and use it as a weapon. Let's try this. Yuan stood up and turned to look at a tree that was a couple of meters from him. After taking a deep breath, he imagined his spiritual energy leaving his body and forming a fist, aiming it directly at the tree. Boom! Yuan's spiritual energy left his body and struck the tree a split second later, knocking the tree down. Wow, what a powerful technique. But how will this help me fly? After pondering for a moment, he went inside the cabin to find Grandpa Lan. Grandpa Lan, you can fly, right? Can you teach me how to fly using Qi manifestation? I just learned it. You learned Qi manifestation already? As expected of a genius. Grandpa Lan looked at him with slightly wide eyes, but compared to his other talents, this wasn't shocking at all. If you know Qi manifestation, then you also know Qi manipulation. Try to manipulate the spiritual energy around you and control it. Once you control it, you can alter the gravity around you, allowing you to levitate. Practice enough and you'll be able to fly. I understand. Thank you for the advice. Yuan went back outside to practice flying. Once outside, he stood there silently without moving a muscle for many minutes, almost like head turned into a statue. He used Qi manifestation and tried to manipulate the spiritual energy around him. Once he got used to the feeling, he imagined the spiritual energy lifting his body into the air, and after many minutes of practice, had managed to levitate himself a couple of inches off the ground. What a fast learner. Grandpa Lan mumbled to himself as he watched Yuan practice from inside the cabin with his divine sense. After practicing for a couple more hours, Yuan could eventually soar in the sky, albeit a little bit slow. You have learned fly, rank, earth, description, allows you to fly in the sky. The faster you fly, the more Qi you consume. Although flying is fun, I think I still like flying with a sword. With that in mind, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and made it levitate in the air with Qi manifestation. Once he got used to controlling the sword in the air, he jumped on the sword and began surfing the air for the first time without Xiaohua's assistance. Ha ha ha. This is great. Yuan proceeded to fly around the divine forest for the next few hours until he was almost out of spiritual energy and covered in sweat. I can fly around perfectly right now, but I wonder what will happen once I leave the mystic realm and lose my current cultivation base. Will I still be able to fly around since I have already learned the skills? And how much of my current cultivation will be transferred outside? Yuan wondered to himself as he returned to the cabin. Welcome back, young man. Grandpa Lan said to him when he returned. And when he noticed Yuan's sweaty appearance, he said, "There's a small waterfall not far from here. Go clean yourself there. Do you need directions?" Yuan shook his head and said, "I saw that during my training, so I know where to go." Thank you. He left the cabin again shortly after and flew to this waterfall that was a couple of miles away. A few minutes after Yuan left, Grandpa Lan called for Lan Yingying. What's the matter, grandfather? She asked him. A large grin appeared on his face before he spoke. The young man's cleaning himself at the waterfall. This is your chance to seduce him. Enter the water with him. Are you serious, grandfather? Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes. Does it look like I am joking? Grandpa Lan responded with a serious expression. Old fart, don't force Yingying if she doesn't want to do it. Nonsense. She shares the same bloodline as me. I can tell if she likes someone or not. Tell me, Yingying, do you not like that young man? Even if you don't, it's your duty to continue our bloodline. Grandpa Lan said to her. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying nodded with a solemn expression. I understand. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, at the waterfall that has fresh and clean water, Yuan removed his clothes and quickly rinsed them in the waterfall before hanging them on a tree nearby. After hanging the wet clothes, he went to test the waters before jumping right inside. This is his first time washing himself at a river, and there was even a waterfall right behind him. Chapter 332 1,000 Years. After hanging his clothes on a nearby tree to let them dry, Yuan entered the shallow river that barely reached his shoulders, rinsing the dried sweat off his body. Wow, this feels amazing. Maybe it was because of his body as a cultivator, but the water didn't feel cold at all. It felt refreshing, resembling the feelings he'd get after a breakthrough. After submerging himself in the water for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned to look at the waterfall and wondered what it would feel like to go under it, treating it like a shower. I'm a cultivator, so it should be fine, right? Yuan mumbled to himself, a little bit worried that the waterfall might crush him to death if he went into it. However, he won't know unless he tried it, so he approached the waterfall with care. Once he was directly before the waterfall, Yuan stuck a finger inside the waterfall to test the pressure. It's not that bad. When he realized that he could withstand the pressure, he proceeded to insert his hand deeper into the waterfall. It feels very light, much lighter than it appears. Is it because of my body? After feeling comfortable and confident that his body could handle the waterfall, he took a few steps forward, entering the waterfall and allowing the water to pour down over his entire body. This feels great. It felt like he was being massaged by the waterfall. Some minutes later, Yuan sensed a presence approaching the waterfall. Yuan, can I join you in the water? Lan Yingying's figure could be seen in the distance and approaching his direction. However, there was something different about her appearance, and Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw her, who was completely naked at this moment. She had a great figure with perfect portions from head to toe, pale skin that resembled snow, and on her chest were two luscious and round breasts that attracted Yuan's gaze, especially the small and elegant pink circles on her breasts. Her legs were slender and long, and between these beautiful legs was a single slit that made Yuan feel something he didn't understand. Miss Lan? You're also here to bathe? Yuan asked her in a calm voice after his initial surprise. If it was any other man in his situation, they might have gone crazy from the stimulation just at the sight of Lan Yingying's peerless body. Yes. I hope you don't mind, she said. Of course, not. Yuan quickly responded with an innocent smile on his face. Please, join me. The water feels great and very refreshing. Lan Yingying nodded and entered the water a moment later. However, she didn't say anything else after entering the water. Grandfather told me to seduce him. But how do I do that? Lan Yingying wondered inwardly, as nobody has ever taught her how to seduce humans before. Furthermore, as someone who has lived in the divine forest for her entire life, she only knows what her family taught her as well as things she naturally learns as a divine beast, and none of this knowledge would help her seduce a human. You should come over here, Yuan suddenly said to her, and he continued, it feels even better under the waterfall. Lan Yingying didn't say anything and merely nodded her head. She slowly made her way to the waterfall, and a few moments later, she stood directly beside Yuan with the waterfall massaging their body. After another moment of silence, Lan Yingying spoke, Yuan, to tell you the truth, it was my grandfather who suggested I come here to seduce you. He really wants me to continue the family's legacy, to have a baby with you. Lan Yingying felt that it was quite rude to keep such a thing hidden from him and didn't want to feel like she was lying to him, who was risking his own life to help their situation with the demons, so she told him the truth. Yuan, I understand why you don't want to have children, but remember, I am not human, so I am not giving birth to a human child. I am a divine beast, it's completely different. You can even consider it as having a pet or something. Yuan turned to look at her with wide eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, even if you say that. I don't know how to make babies. I was only taught how to play instruments and memorize songs. It's really simple. Lan Yingying realized that she had a chance, so she quickly responded. I only need your blood and spiritual energy. Lan Yingying then said. My blood and spiritual energy? I don't know how to make babies, but this doesn't sound right. Yuan said with a confused look on his face. Lan Yingying then said, I don't know how humans make babies, but this is how we, divine beasts, conceive. Through blood and spiritual energy. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan opened his eyes and said, okay, I'll help you. Really? Lan Yingying exclaimed. Yuan nodded. As you'd said, I am not really giving birth to a human child, and this is just a game, thank you. Let's begin immediately. Lan Yingying wasted no time transforming into her beast form. What should I do? Yuan asked her. You just need to retrieve some of your blood and mix it with your spiritual energy. Okay, tell me when to stop. Yuan took out the starry abyss and slit his palms before collecting his blood with Qi manifestation. That's enough blood. Lan Yingying suddenly stopped him. Yuan nodded and stopped draining his own blood. What should I do now? Yuan asked as his own blood floated in front of him in the shape of a sphere. Mix it with your spiritual energy until I tell you to stop. Lan Yingying said. Yuan followed her instructions and proceeded to mix his spiritual energy with the blood. Slowly, his blood began glistening like there were stars living inside. A few more moments later, his blood began to solidify and clear up, almost like it was crystallizing, and it was also growing smaller in size. Okay, that's enough. Lan Yingying said to him once the crystallized blood was the size of his thumb. Here you go. Yuan handed his crystallized blood to Lan Yingying, who accepted it with her tail. Thank you very much for this, Yuan. I will never forget it. Lan Yingying said to him before throwing the crystal inside her mouth and eating it. Tea this is? What kind of blood is this? I have never tasted anything this pure and delicious before. Lan Yingying's eyes widened with shock a few seconds after swallowing Yuan's blood. She then turned to look at Yuan with a weird glint in her eyes. If she wasn't a divine beast but an ordinary magical beast, perhaps she might have gone crazy and attacked Yuan purely because of his blood, especially when it's enhanced with his rich spiritual energy. Are you done? Yuan asked her a moment later. Lan Yingying snapped out of her daze and nodded her head. Yes, I should be able to conceive a child in the future. Do you know how long that will take? Yuan then asked, his interest piqued. Lan Yingying pondered for a moment before answering his question, about 1,000 years, give or take. Yuan's eyes widened from surprise, and he proceeded to stare at her with a speechless look on his face. Chapter 333 A Cup of Blood. 1,000 years? Does it really take that long? I cannot even fathom living that long. Yuan exclaimed after learning how long it'll take for Lan Yingying to give birth to their child. Yes, it takes a really long time for divine beasts such as myself to convert the seed that you gave me into a child. Lan Yingying said. And she continued, it also differs for each species. Some divine beasts may need a few hundred years while some may even need a few thousand years. If I recall correctly, dragons and phoenixes require the most time for their child, about 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Yuan was completely speechless. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. Once again, thank you for impregnating me. Lan Yingying lowered her head and bowed to him afterward. The two of them proceeded to spend some more time in the river before getting out and returning to the cabin. How was the waterfall? I hope you had fun. Grandpa Lan welcomed them back with a massive grin on his face. Yes. It was really fun. It also felt really good. Thank you for recommending that place. Yuan said to him. It felt good, huh? The smile on Grandpa Lan's face widened even more. Grandfather, Yuan has agreed to impregnate me, and I have already absorbed his blood. Lan Yingying said to him. What? Grandpa Lan turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with shock, as he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Ha ha ha. This is great news. Welcome to the family, young man. Grandma Lan laughed out loud after hearing this news. And she continued, we're going to have a feast tonight. However, Grandpa Lan continued to stand there with a dazed face. Even though he was the one who encouraged it the most, he truly didn't think it would be successful. Since this is the case, you should definitely head to the Mystic Pagoda and try to leave this place with him. Grandpa Lan said to them a moment later. Huh? You want to leave the Mystic Realm? Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying with slightly wide eyes since this is his first time hearing about it. Yes. After we deal with the demons, I plan to take you to the Mystic Pagoda to see if you can open it. Lan Yingying nodded. Does this mean you know how I can become the master of the Mystic Realm? Lan Yingying shook her head. I see. Then I will also try my best to find a way to help you leave. Yuan said. Sometime later, they sat around the table while Grandma Lan prepared for the feast. I just realized this, but you took off your mask. You're a pretty handsome fellow, and this is coming from a magical beast with different standards. why do you feel the need to hide your appearance? Grandpa Lan asked him. I'm not really hiding because of my appearance. I'm mostly hiding since there are a lot of people who want to know my identity. Yuan said. Understandable. You're a very talented young man. There are bound to be countless people who are interested in you. Grandpa Lan nodded. A moment later, Lan Yingying spoke. By the way, Yuan, I have been wondering, do you have a special bloodline or something? Your blood. It's not normal. What do you mean? Grandpa Lan was the first to speak, asking for more context. When I tasted his blood, it gave my body an unusual sensation. It was unlike anything I have experienced before, and even my cultivation base increased a little. Lan Yingying described her experience with Yuan's blood. What? Is that true? Grandpa Lan then turned to look at Yuan with his curiosity piqued. Young man. If you don't mind, can I have a drop of your blood? I want to confirm my suspicions. He then asked. Yuan nodded, I don't mind. He then poked a small hole in his finger and retrieved a drop of his blood before handing it to Grandpa Lan with Qi manifestation. After dropping the blood onto his tongue, Grandpa Lan closed his eyes and silently analyzed the blood. A moment later, he opened his eyes with disbelief written all over his face. My lord. You really have a bloodline that's at the very least divine grade. This is also my first time tasting something this exquisite. Grandpa Lan mumbled in a dazed voice. Yingying, quickly, give the young man some of your blood. Grandpa Lan said. And he continued, as divine beasts, our blood has the property to awaken human bloodlines. However, Yuan shook his head and said, I have already tried that, with phoenix blood. You tried to awaken lock your bloodline with phoenix blood, and it didn't work? Grandpa Lan looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan continued, although phoenixes are at the top of the divine beasts ranking, their blood isn't as powerful when it comes to awakening human bloodlines. That's where we, divine serpents, come in. Our blood can awaken most bloodlines in existence unless you have a godlike bloodline. Godlike bloodlines? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Only the most powerful families in the upper heavens would have a god bloodline. I see. Then let's try it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Yingying poured her own blood into a large cup until it was completely full before handing it to Yuan. Tea this much? Yuan was startled by the amount of blood that was in front of him at this moment. You probably only had a drop of phoenix blood, right? A human can only handle so much divine beast blood no matter how powerful you are. If you consume too much, it'll harm you instead. However, our bloodline is a bit unique in that aspect, as you can consume a large quantity without worrying about any harmful effects, and it'll even increase its effectiveness. I understand. Yuan nodded with a resolute look on his face. He then took a deep breath before grabbing the cup of blood and chugging it down like a warrior. After chugging the blood, Yuan could immediately feel his body heating up, similar to when he consumed Feng Yuxiang's phoenix blood. Chapter 334 Awakened Bloodline. Arg. So hot. Yuan exclaimed as his body grew warmer and warmer until it was smoking. Are you okay? Lan Yingying was startled when she saw this, feeling worried that something might have gone wrong. Calm down, Yingying. This means his bloodline is awakening. Grandpa Lan said to her in a calm voice. And he continued, endure it, young man. If you lose consciousness, your bloodline won't awaken. Yuan nodded before making his way outside the cabin since it was much cooler there. Once outside, he sat on the ground in the lotus position and tried to calm down by cultivating. However, the intense heat burning his body made things extremely difficult for him to stay focused. Ack! Yuan suddenly puked out a mouthful of blood, startling Lan Yingying. Are you sure he will be okay, grandfather? If my blood kills him, I don't think I can continue living with such guilt. Grandpa Lon didn't say anything and continued to watch Yuan with a serious expression on his face. Rumble, Grandpa Lon suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is it just me or is the ground shaking? I feel it as well. Lon Ying confirmed. It's been a while since we last had an earthquake. Grandpa Lon mumbled, not thinking too much of it at first. However, the shaking did not stop like they'd expected it to sooner or later, and it was even gradually getting stronger. This isn't a normal earthquake. What's happening? Grandpa Lon frowned upon realizing that this was an abnormal phenomenon. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators realized that the gates to the mystic realm were shaking. Look at the mystic realm. It's shaking. How is that possible? I don't feel any earthquakes. Something must have happened inside the mystic realm. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the participants inside the mystic realm were experiencing an earthquake. Senior Nia and the others from the spirit heaven frowned at this phenomenon, as they have never heard of the mystic realm acting like this before. Does anyone know what is happening? One of the crystal balls asked. I have never heard of this before. One of them responded. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua mumbled his name in a low voice as she looked at the entrance to the mystic realm. Inside the mystic realm, as the earthquake grew stronger, the people in that world began to worry that it might be the end of the world and that the mystic realm itself was collapsing, causing people to panic. What's going on? Grandma Lon stopped her cooking and went outside to see if they knew anything. We also have no idea what's going on right now. Grandpa Lon said. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Yuan suddenly began screaming in a painful voice, and as though the world resonated with his pain, the earthquake shook even fiercer. This is. It can't be. Grandpa Lon stared at Yuan with a dazed look on his face. Surely, he's not causing this earthquake from trying to awaken his bloodline, right? What? Yuan's the cause of this earthquake? Lon Ying exclaimed. I don't know yet, but there's a good chance, especially since it started shortly after he started awakening his bloodline. However, what kind of bloodline could possibly cause such a phenomenon? Grandpa Lon mumbled. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed, attempting to awaken bloodline, failed, attempting to awaken bloodline, failed. Yuan had expected the awakening to stop after 3 attempts like previously, but to his surprise, after his 3rd failure, it continued to try and awaken his bloodline. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed, 10 failures, 20 failures, 50 failures, 6th, 70, 80, 90. 95. 99. After 99 attempts to awaken his bloodline and 99 failure, there was finally some change within the notifications. Attempting to awaken bloodline, attempt successful, you have awakened your bloodline. Ding. Immortal Monarch Bloodline, Grade, Royal, Description. You will obtain increased stats whenever your cultivation increases. Stats obtained from breakthroughs will also affect soul strength. Our royal grade? How is that possible? Yuan stared at his bloodline with disbelief on his face. The lowest quality of bloodlines was royal grade and definitely below divine grade, but if that was the case, Feng Yuxiang's phoenix blood should have been able to awaken it, so why does his bloodline show royal grade? Could it be a bug in the system? Or is there something special about this bloodline that he has yet to understand? Once Yuan awakened his bloodline, the earthquake in the mystic realm also came to a halt. Are you okay, Yuan? Lon Ying approached him with a worried look on her face. Yes. I am fine, thank you. Yuan nodded his head, which was dripping with sweat. Thank the Lord. Lon Ying released a deep sigh of relief to know that her blood didn't harm him. How about it, young man? Did you manage to awaken your bloodline? Grandpa Lon asked him a moment later. Yes, I did. However, it's royal grade. What? Royal grade? How is that possible? I tasted the blood myself. There's no way such powerful blood could only be royal grade. Grandpa Lon expressed the same disbelief as Yuan after hearing the news. Can I taste your blood again just to make sure? Grandpa Lon asked him. Yuan nodded and quickly gave him a few drops of his own blood. After tasting the blood, Grandpa Lan became even more puzzled. I have tasted royal grade bloodlines before, and this is definitely not royal grade. Is that so? Yuan mumbled, believing this to be a bug in the game more and more. Meanwhile, somewhere in this boundless universe, an old man with an ancient and timeless aura sat before a seemingly ordinary but massive jade tablet that had the word destiny carved into it, looking like had been in the same position for countless years. The jade tablet that was almost 100 times the old man's size suddenly began to glow, and the engraved word destiny began glowing golden. The old man opened his eyes to look at the jade tablet with a sentimental feeling in his gaze. Alas, you have finally returned to us. The old man stood up a moment later and immediately kneeled onto the ground before the jade tablet, kowtowing to it. Welcome back, Master. The 9 heavens will soon tremble before your might once again, and for the final time. Chapter 335 Immortal Bloodlines. After kowtowing to the jade tablet for a couple of minutes, the old man stood up and patted his robes before turning around and walking away from the place. This subordinate will come to get you as soon as possible, Master. Meanwhile, back inside the mystic realm, Yuan sat around the table with the Lan family as they began their feast. Good Lord, you appear to have a bigger appetite than even us, divine beasts. Grandma Lan exclaimed when Yuan displayed his eating talents before their very eyes for the first time. Ha ha ha. At this rate, you'll even eat our portions. Well, eat all you want. You're going to need all your strength when fighting the demons. Grandpa Lan said to him. Sometime later, after the feast, Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan and asked him, your bloodline awakened, right? Do you know what kind of bloodline you have? Yuan nodded and said, something called Immortal Monarch Bloodline. PFT. Grandpa Lan directly spat out the tea in his mouth after hearing Yuan's words. I immortal? You have an immortal bloodline? He looked at Yuan with disbelief in his gaze. There's no way an immortal's bloodline could possibly be royal grade. I am certain about this now. Grandpa Lan said. What's an immortal's bloodline? Yuan asked him. Immortal bloodlines are special bloodlines that can only be passed down by true immortals in the highest realms at the upper heavens, and these bloodlines usually have heaven-defying powers that can turn even a normal human into a peak cultivation prodigy. Grandpa Lan explained everything he knew about immortal bloodlines. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about immortals or immortal bloodlines except that they are incredibly rare and powerful. If you have an immortal bloodline, then you're definitely a descendant of a very powerful cultivator. I see. Thank you for the information. After the feast, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to finish preparing dinner. In the meantime, Yuan tried to see if there was any change to his body after consuming Lan Yingying's divine beast blood and awakening his bloodline. However, he didn't feel any different than before his bloodline's awakening. Sometime later, Meishio went into his room with dinner. Yuan, did you feel the earthquake inside the mystic realm today? Meishio asked him. There was an earthquake? I didn't notice it. Yuan said, as he was too focused on awakening his bloodline to notice the massive earthquake. The gates to the mystic realm suddenly began shaking yesterday, and it caused quite the stir among the spectators. I see, you know the crazy part? Apparently, there was also an earthquake in this world sometime this afternoon. It was all over the news. Meishio said. Wow, what a coincidence, Yuan mumbled. After dinner, Meishio went to sleep whilst Yuan went to cultivate. However, for some reason, he felt extremely tired that night, falling asleep a few minutes later. Furthermore, he had a dream that night, a weird dream where he stood before a massive jade tablet that was as large as a small mountain, and there was the word destiny engraved into this jade tablet. Geezer, I'm going to do it one last time. An unfamiliar voice came from Yuan's mouth as he spoke, or more specifically, the body he was in spoke. How long do you think it'll take this time, Master? An old voice resounded behind him. And without turning around, the body Yuan was in spoke, who knows? It could be 1,000 years from now. It could be 100,000 years from now. Hell, it could even be 1,000,000 years. However, the moment this jade tablet glows, it means I have returned. This subordinate will wait for your return no matter how many millennia it may take, said the old voice. After a moment of silence, the old voice returned, Master, this may be out of my line, but do you intend on telling her about your departure? I don't. He immediately responded, and he continued, I'm sure that she'll be angry at me for keeping her in the dark about this, but I don't want to disturb her cultivation. She's very close to becoming a true immortal, and any distractions might take that away from her. Geezer, if she makes a scene, just let her know what I told you, that I will be back for you guys no matter what. Anyways, I'm going to leave now. I'll see you later, geezer. It was at this point of the dream when Yuan woke up. What a weird dream. He thought to himself. However, despite this being his first time experiencing such a dream, he felt oddly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen that exact scene before. Furthermore, he realized that his limbs became more responsive in the morning, allowing him to move his fingers with less effort. If he tried, he could even lift his arm and legs a little off the bed. Yuan was filled with excitement by this change, and his anticipation for the future grew some more. Sometime later, Meishio entered his room to do her daily routine. Yuan, let's give you a wash before you play, Meishio said to him, as it has been some time since she last cleaned him. Okay, Yuan said. Inside the bathroom, whilst Meishio scrubbed his body down with her soapy hands, Yuan suddenly spoke, Meishio, do you know how to make babies? Meishio nearly slipped on the wet floor after hearing Yuan's sudden question. Babies? Why are you asking? She responded in a stiff voice with her face heating up quickly. Well, I was in this situation that required me to make babies. However, that person was not human, so the methods were a bit unique, and I have been curious about it since then. Yuan revealed his experience in the mystic realm to Meishio, greatly shocking her. Did you do it? Make babies with this person, I mean. Meishio decided to ask him. Yes, I did. Yuan calmly responded, and he continued, she's a divine beast, so it'll take 1,000 years for her to give birth, at least that's what she told me. Meishio became speechless after hearing Yuan confirm that he had indeed impregnated another entity in the game. Chapter 336 How to Make Babies. Let me get this straight. You impregnated an NPC in the game? Meishio asked again just in case. That's what she told me, Yuan responded in a calm voice, not thinking too much about it. Heavens! Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice. She cannot imagine how Yuro would react once she learns of this. Perhaps it would be better if I don't tell her, for her own sake. Meishio thought to herself. After a moment of silence, she said, Yuan. I know the Yu family didn't teach you this, but you really shouldn't impregnate women so easily, especially if you just met them. I know that, but these people are really nice, and I really wanted to help them, Yuan said. Let's continue this talk after this. My mother will kill me if you catch a cold because I didn't take care of you properly. Okay. Thus, Meishio continued to clean Yuan's body, but her heart felt heavier than usual, almost like there were invisible chains weighing it down. It's just an NPC, so it should be fine. And it's only a game. Meishio thought to herself as she moved her hands to the thing between Yuan's legs. Making babies, huh? I guess it's about time he learns about these kinds of things, because the Yu family only cared about his musical talents. They didn't want anything that wasn't music-related to enter his brain, and that included common sense for even the basic things in life. After all, the less common sense Yuan had, the easier it was for them to control him and trick him. As for things regarding the opposite sex, that never even crossed the Yu family's mind. Of course, Yuro taught him some common sense, but she wanted Yuan to remain innocent and pure for as long as possible, so she purposefully avoided talking about these kinds of things. After cleaning Yuan's body, she brought him back to his room where she dried his body some more and changed his clothes. You want to learn how to make babies, right? Meishio asked him afterward. Yes. Well, First and foremost, you need to understand the importance of having babies with another individual. Having a baby isn't something you can take lightly, Yuan, as it will affect you for the rest of your life. Luckily, it only happened inside the game, but if it was the real world, you will have a lot of responsibility to bear. Furthermore, you should only have babies with your significant other, someone you care enough about that you wouldn't mind spending the rest of your life with them, Meisho said to him. Hearing Mixius' words, Yuan suddenly spoke, so someone like you? Meisho was at a loss for words after hearing Yuan's words that took her completely by surprise and also made her body shiver. And Yuan suddenly continued, I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life with you, Meisho. Does this make you my significant other? WL. And not exactly. Meisho responded in a trembling voice. Having a significant other requires an agreement between two people that want to be with each other. You cannot just call someone your significant other because you want to be with them. Meisho explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, now that you know not to have a baby with every female you meet, let's talk about the process of making babies. After taking a deep breath, Meisho continued, in order to make babies, a man needs to connect bodies with a female, or more specifically, use the thing between their legs to connect with the female's body. What? You can use that thing to make babies? I thought it was only for peeing. Yuan exclaimed in a truly surprised tone after learning this revelation. It's actually a little more complicated than that, but yes, that's the gist of it. And such an act is called having sex. Meisho said, somehow managing to keep a straight face as she educated Yuan on this kind of topic. Anyways, this is the basics of having babies. Do you have any questions? Meisho said to him. This is just the basics. Heavens, I never knew it would be so complicated. Yuan mumbled. And he continued, thank you for telling me, Meisho. I have learned a lot today, and it's just the beginning of the day. Don't mention it. You would have learned it sooner or later even without me, anyway. Meisho said. Sometime later, Meisho returned to her room after helping Yuan enter the game. He doesn't mind spending the rest of his life with me, huh? A warm smile appeared on Mixius' beautiful face as she placed the helmet on her head. After entering the game, Meisho looked at Feng Yuxiang and spoke to her. Feng, I have a question. What is it? How do divine beasts make babies? And can they really mate with humans? Meisho asked her, as this has been on her mind ever since Yuan told her about it. What? Why are you asking me such questions? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with wide eyes. I'm just curious. Meisho said. Well, different species have different methods of mating with each other, but in general, most divine beasts only require blood and spiritual energy to conceive a child. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. Is this the same with humans? Feng Yuxiang nodded, that's right. Divine beasts can indeed mate with humans, but such a situation is very rare since most divine beasts see humans as inferior beings. After a moment of silence, Meisho continued to ask, what happens if a human and a divine beast mate with each other like humans do, by having sex? Can they conceive that way? Feng Yuxiang's jaw dropped after hearing Mixius' question. Why was she asking such weird questions? Is this related to the young master? If a human and divine beast have, sex, it's usually only for pleasure, as it's more efficient to mate using blood and spiritual energy since it's always almost guaranteed to impregnate them. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I see. Meisho mumbled, realizing that she might have misunderstood Yuan because of his lack of context. Meanwhile, the others were completely baffled by their conversation that was completely random and out of place. Chapter 337 Abandoned Valley. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and the Lan family gathered outside the cabin. We're going to invade the demons today. Are you all prepared? Grandpa Lan asked them. Once everyone there nodded, Grandpa Lan continued, they'll carry all of you in my beast form. A moment later, he transformed into a massive white serpent, and compared to Lan Yingying, he was at least 10 times larger, large enough to wrap around an entire mountain with ease. Yuan was slightly surprised to see Grandpa Lan's beast form, but compared to the great one that was literally countless times larger than a star, it wasn't too shocking. When everyone jumped onto his back, Grandpa Lan suddenly levitated off the ground and began slithering in the air. A flying snake, it was a sight to behold. Look at the sky. What on earth is that? One of the participants, a player, stared at the sky in shock as he witnessed a massive snake slithering through the clouds like a dragon. Heavens! Is that a dragon? Many of the participants mistook Grandpa Lan as a dragon. No, that's a serpent. It's a magical beast. But I have never seen anything like that before. Since it's flying, it must be at least a spirit grandmaster, right? There are such powerful beings in the mystic realm? Half of the participants in the mystic realm saw the flying serpent in the sky because of Grandpa Lan's massive size and the distance they traveled. Of course, the spectators outside the mystic realm also saw the massive snake in the sky. What kind of magical beast is that? I don't recall ever seeing such a magical beast before in the mystic realm. Senior Nya asked the people on the other side of the crystal balls. No idea. I don't remember seeing such a magical beast before either. Well, the mystic realm is still filled with mysteries even though we've explored it many times. Actually, rumor has it that there exists a divine beast somewhere within the mystic realm. Could that be it? One of them suddenly said. What? A divine beast? As if that's possible. Another voice scoffed. A couple of hours later, Grandpa Lan landed in a desolate area and transformed back to his human form. We're going to be traveling by foot here since we don't want to alert the demons that are hiding deep within the abandoned valley just yet, he said to them. As they walked, Grandpa Lan continued, once we confront the demons, I will be dealing with the demon lord, leaving the other 3 demons in your hands. I'd like to take on another one, but I'll have my hands full with just the demon lord. I can take care of 2 demons by myself since they're nowhere near as powerful as the demon lord. Young man, Yingying, the both of you will take care of the last one. Once you deal with that one, I'll need you to help me kill the other 2 demons since I don't have the ability to kill them. Grandma Lan said. The 2 of them nodded. Yuan, I'll distract the demon while you strike it with your demon sealing technique. They have no idea that you know such a technique, and we're going to use that fact to our advantage. Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. After navigating through the dead valley for another 3 hours, they reached the deepest parts of the valley. It's weird how we haven't run into any magical beasts, Yuan mumbled. That's because the demons hunted them all. Grandpa Lan said. Demons don't care if they are humans or magical beasts. They will hunt them as long as it increases their cultivation. Hell, they will even hunt other demons if necessary. Their aggressive nature and insatiable hunger for strength is the main reason they're a danger to all living beings and why they were eventually hunted. How are demons born? Yuan suddenly asked. Honestly, I can't tell you since I don't know. Demons have been around since ancient times and not much is known about them. Perhaps you'll find such information in the upper heavens, but in the lower heavens, I doubt anyone knows. I see. Sometime later, Grandpa Lan said, I can sense them. And he continued, however, they can also sense us. I'm going to distract the demon lord first. After saying such words, Grandpa Lan turned into his beast form and immediately flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. I didn't think you'd come here on your own accord, sparing us the effort of breaking into the divine forest. A deep voice filled with malice suddenly echoed, followed by a powerful aura that immediately made the atmosphere suffocating. A moment later, Yuan could see the figure emitting this powerful aura flying towards Grandpa Lan in the skies. That's the demon lord? Yuan mumbled with a dazed look. This demon looked almost like the demon he defeated, except that he was much more muscular and the red crystal in its chest was much larger and had a deeper color than the previous demon. Of course, it was also much more powerful and more dangerous. This demon lord reminded him of someone, that red-haired cultivator who was fighting in the skies right before Xiao Hua became his servant, the same person he learned the bloody sword strike from, as they both emitted an evil-feeling aura. A moment later, 3 more demons could be seen flying in the sky, but they were not looking at Grandpa Lan. Instead, their gazes were directly on Yuan and the others. You brought a human here to assist you? Ha ha ha. How desperate are you? The 3 demons laughed for a moment before landing a few meters away from them, each of them emitting an aura more powerful than the demon Yuan killed previously. It's been many years since I last tasted human blood. How fortunate. I'll take care of the human and the little princess. The 2 of you can take care of that granny. The demon in the center spoke with a massive grin on its face. Chapter 338. As if such a toy could injure me. Make sure to save some of that human's blood for us, and try not to kill the little princess. The Lord would like to have some fun with her before chewing on her meat and drinking her blood. Another demon said. Yuan, follow me. Lan Yingying suddenly mumbled to Yuan. Once Yuan nodded his head, Lan Yingying turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan also turned around and followed her. Where the hell do you think you're running off to when you were the ones who came here first, you little shits? The demon standing in the front immediately began chasing after Yuan and Lan Yingying. Grandma Lan didn't even bother to block this demon and allowed it to chase after them. When the other 2 demons saw this, their eyebrows raised. Grandma Lan smiled and said, they don't need my help. What's more, I already have my hands full with you little demons. After saying that, she transformed into a large serpent with green scales that resembled Jade. What are you going to do? Even if we cannot defeat you, you won't be able to kill us either. The 2 demons chuckled after seeing Grandma Lan transform. Meanwhile, in the skies, the demon lord spoke as it hovered before Grandpa Lan. Do you really believe that you'll be able to defeat us because you attacked us before we attacked you? Because we're not prepared? And it continued, did you already forget what happened last time you tried to invade us by surprise? You lost your son and his partner. This time, you'll lose your wife, your granddaughter, and your own life. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan spoke. I remember very well what happened. Their death was unfortunate, but Wed managed to reduce your kind by more than half. This time, we're going to kill all of you and clean up the mystic realm. The smile on the demon lord's face immediately turned upside down after hearing Grandpa Lan's words, and it spoke in a grim voice, let me see you try. Boom! The demon lord exploded with a massive aura, and it rushed at Grandpa Lan. Sacred fire. Grandpa Lan opened his mouth and spat out fire flames at the demon lord. Scatter. The demon lord used its bare hands to punch the white flames, causing it to scatter all over the place and making it rain small fireballs all over the place. Thus, the demon lord began fighting Grandpa Lan in the skies. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and Yuan continued to run away until they were many miles away from the others. How long do you plan on running for? Did you come all the way here just to abandon those old people? The demon shouted at them as it chased after them. A few more minutes later, Lan Yingying finally stopped running and turned around. We can stop now, Yuan. The demon also came to a sudden halt and stared at them with narrowed eyes, wondering what they're planning. Yuan, I'm going to distract it as planned. Strike it with your sealing technique when you see the chance, Lan Yingying said to him using divine sense. Yuan nodded his head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying turned into her beast form and immediately rushed at the demon. Oh. You're going to attack me by yourself? Did you bring that human just to spectate? The demon was surprised when Yuan stayed behind whilst Lan Yingying attacked it alone. Pap! Lan Yingying used her tail like a whip, attacking the demon with it and cracking the air on impact. The demon didn't even bother to avoid the attack and merely used its arms to block it. Boom! The demon was sent flying off into the distance from the impact, but it didn't sustain any injuries in the end. Haha. Come at me. Entertain me for a bit before I kill that human. The demon and Lan Yingying began attacking each other, quickly turning the scene into a mess. Little princess, your parents were a treat. My body still trembles when I recall how delicious their meat tasted. I wonder how you'll taste. The demon licked its lips, treating its fight with Lan Yingying as a joke, almost like it was playing around with her. Shut up. Lan Yingying's attacks immediately grew more aggressive, clearly agitated by the demon's words. Ahaha. Are you angry, little princess? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the power to kill me. And in just a moment, you'll witness those two old bastards enter our stomachs. The demon continued to provoke Lan Yingying. A few minutes later, once the demon was fully absorbed in fighting Lan Yingying, it forgot about Yuan's seemingly insignificant presence. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying opened her mouth and released a torrent of white flames at the demon, who didn't even bother to dodge it. You don't learn, do you? You won't be able to injure me with such weak flames, much less kill me. The demon patted the white flames off its body as though it was mere dust. I've spent enough time messing with you. I would love to eat you right here and now, but alas, the demon lord would kill me if I do, so I'll have to endure not it and not kill you. The demon suddenly stopped talking when it felt something pierce its body, causing it to look down. Huh? The demon raised its eyebrows when it saw a huge sword piercing its body from the back. It turned around to look at the masked figure standing behind it with an annoyed expression on its face, and it spoke in a calm voice. What the fuck do you think you're doing, human? You should have run away when you had the chance. I had even forgotten about you since your presence is akin to an ant. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely pulled the Empyrean overlord out of the demon's body and took a few steps back. Humph. What a joke. As if such a toy could injure me. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain on its face. Are you sure about that? Yuan spoke as he pointed to the demon's body. What? The demon looked down, and to its surprise, the hole in its body wasn't regenerating at all. In fact, it was even turning into stone. What the heck is happening? What the fuck did you do to me just now, human? The demon roared at Yuan with veins all over its face. Yuan shrugged and said, it was nothing much, just a demon sealing technique. A what? The demon was shocked after hearing Yuan's words. Once it realized the situation, it roared in anger, damn you, human. You must be from the demon sealing clan. What is someone like you doing here? Unlike the demon Yuan previously sealed, this demon was still able to move and release its aura after being struck by the demon's sealing strike, most likely because it was much more powerful than the previous demon. However, the petrifying effect was still spreading, and it appeared to be spreading much quicker than before. After all, Yuan was also much stronger than before. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I curse you, human. I curse you, demon sealing clan. Alas, the demon wasn't able to finish its last sentence before being sealed by the demon's sealing strike. Yuan, let's leave this demon alone for now so we can help my grandparents. We can finish it off afterward. Lan Yingying said to him. And she continued, this way, we won't alert the other demons. Once sealed, they won't be able to move for at least a few hundred years. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to return to Grandma Lan's side. Chapter 339 Key to Mystic Pagoda, Crack Pap ** Boom. Grandma Lan used her tail like a whip, sending the demons flying whenever they tried to get close to her. Did you come here just to play around? As if such weak attacks could kill us. The demons would return to her no matter how many times they were sent flying by her tail. However, Grandma Lan ignored them and continued to buy time for Yuan and Lan Yingying, as they were her only hope in killing them. In the sky, Grandpa Lan and the Demon Lord also exchanged hundreds of blows with each other in just a few minutes. Old Snake, you guys lost your chance to kill us off when that damn human failed to kill us hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if your bloodline continues for many generations, you will never be able to defeat us. The Demon Lord laughed out loud. The demons were the oldest entities in the mystic realm, as they have survived for hundreds of thousands of years, even before the Lord became the master of the mystic realm. However, despite living for so long, their cultivation hasn't improved by much, mostly because they can only grow so much with the limited amount of spiritual energy in the mystic realm, hence why they want to break out of the mystic realm so badly, so that they can continue to grow. No matter how much time they're given, if they do not have enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough, their cultivation will remain unchanging. Once we take care of your family, well, kill all of the humans in this damned world. Eventually, we'll find a way to enter the mystic pagoda and open the seal that has locked us in this world for far too long. Ha ha ha. You want to leave the mystic realm? In your dreams, demon lord. Even if you manage to kill all of us, you'll never be able to enter the mystic pagoda. Do you know why? Because you don't have the key. Ha ha ha. Key? What are you talking about? The demon lord immediately frowned, as this is its first time hearing about a key being required to open the mystic realm. You want to know? Too bad. That's as much as you'll know about the mystic pagoda. Grandpa Lon laughed. In truth, Grandpa Lon didn't know anything about the mystic pagoda, and had only mentioned a key just to mess with the demon lord. Of course, the demon lord didn't think it was being lied to, as what Grandpa Lon said was quite logical. Tell me about this damn key. The demon lord roared, its aura increasing to a whole new level as it started getting serious. Make me. Grandpa Lan's aura also rose. When their auras collided, it created an immense pressure in the area that made the dead trees sink a little deeper into the ground. Meanwhile, at Grandma Lan's area, when the demons noticed the demon lord getting serious, they also turned serious. Looks like it's about time we stop playing around and kill you once and for all. The demons emitted an ominous aura that caused the dirt around them to turn black. No matter how many times you attack us, we won't die. Why don't you just give up and let us give you a painful death? Or, you can struggle and we'll eat you alive. However, a mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Lan's face, and she spoke. Indeed, we should probably end this. Blood spear. The demons summoned a red spear using their blood. Get her. Just as the demons prepared to attack Grandma Lan, one of the demons felt an immense pressure suddenly appeared behind it, causing it to stop and turn around. What? The demon mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as a figure wearing a black mask swung the massive sword in his hand horizontally, slicing its body in half. Where the fuck did this human come from? And what happened to the one chasing after him? The other demon was as surprised when it realized that its partner had been attacked out of the blue. However, the demon wasn't worried about its partner, as it was confident that such a minor injury wouldn't be able to kill it. As for the demon sliced in half, it frowned when it realized that its body wasn't regenerating. What's going on? The demon exclaimed a moment later. However, Yuan didn't respond to it and turned his attention to the second demon. I admire your guts for returning to his place, but it was a foolish choice, human. This is not a battle you can just enter as you please. You don't qualify to stand on the same battlefield as us. The demon shouted as it tossed the spear in its grasp at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the spear before approaching the demon. Haha. What are you going to do with that sword? The demon's eyes widened with shock when it finally paid some attention to the Empyrean overlord in Yuan's grasp. However, before it could even continue, Yuan stabbed the sword in between its chest. Meanwhile, the other demon that had its body sliced in half was turning into stone. Ah! What is going on? What is happening to my body? The demon cried out loud. This is a sealing technique? The second demon was shocked to see this, and it looked down at the sword in its chest with a fearful expression. Don't tell me. Yuan didn't say anything and pulled the sword out of its body, letting the petrifying effect spread throughout its body. You came back faster than I'd anticipated, young man, just like the first time. Grandma Lan said to him with a smile on her face. I'm sorry I couldn't return faster, Yuan said. Fuck. My body. Why? Why is someone from the Demon Sealing clan here? And that sword. You must be. The two demons looked at Yuan with fear in their eyes, something they haven't experienced since the Lord left the mystic realm. Meanwhile, in the air, the Demon Lord noticed something was amiss and turned to look at the ground where Yuan and the others were. When it noticed Yuan and the Empyrean Overlord in his hands, the Demon Lord's eyes widened with shock, and it roared in a spiteful voice, "That sword! Impossible! You have returned?" Chapter 340 The Lord's Sword. What are you talking about? Grandpa Lan looked at the Demon Lord with a puzzled expression. However, the Demon Lord completely ignored Grandpa Lan and continued to stare at Yuan's figure with disbelief. A mask. That sword. After so many years, you have finally decided to return to the mystic realm, Lord. A massive smile appeared on the Demon Lord's face, but there was also a hint of fear in its eyes. What? Grandpa Lan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he heard the Demon Lord address Yuan as Lord. I won't forget the humiliation you had put me through on that day no matter how many years passes, Lord. The Demon Lord suddenly flew towards Yuan's location. Watch out. Grandpa Lan shouted loudly to warn Yuan and the others of the Demon Lord's presence. Huh? Yuan turned around at Grandpa Lan's voice, and to his surprise, the Demon Lord in the sky was flying in their direction. Boom! The Demon Lord punched Yuan with all of its might, as it didn't want to risk this chance to take him by surprise. Luckily for Yuan, Grandpa Lan had warned him right before the Demon Lord made his strike, giving him a split second to react and protect himself with the Empyrean Overlord. However, the impact was an entirely different matter, and Yuan was sent flying many meters away, crashing into trees and destroying them with his back. Yuan managed to stabilize himself after flying about 200 meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. What a powerful strike. If I hadn't blocked that attack, I would have probably died just now. Yuan's body trembled at that thought, yet his eyes didn't have even a hint of fear within them. Instead, it flickered with excitement, as he has never been pushed to such an extent before. Yuan. Are you okay? Lan Yingying quickly approached him. Yes, I'm fine. Yuan nodded. Yuan? Wait a second, you're not the Lord. Who are you? And where did you get that sword? The Demon Lord finally noticed Yuan's cultivation base that was too low to be the Lord and stopped its assault. A second later, both grandparents stood between Yuan and the Demon Lord. If that young man was the Lord, he would have killed you as easily as breathing. Grandpa Lan said. Then he must be a descendant of the Lord. After all, that sword in his hand belongs to the Lord. The Demon Lord revealed, as it will never forget the devastation that sword had caused the demons. What? Really? The Lan family expressed shock upon learning this, since even they didn't know that the sword in Yuan's hand once belonged to the Lord. Is that why I felt some sort of connection to it? Lan Yingying finally realized why she was attracted to the sword. It turned out to be the Lord's sword. So the Sword Emperor is the Lord? Yuan mumbled. Does this mean the Sword Emperor is dead? After all, Feng Yuxiang mentioned that she found the Empyrean Overlord in a legacy tomb, where powerful cultivators leave their legacy behind because they are close to death. That's not possible, he cannot be the Lord's descendant. We have already tested his blood. Grandpa Lan said. The Demon Lord turned to look at the two demons that had been sealed by Yuan. Then you must be someone from the demon sealing clan that's also affiliated with the Lord. In any case, I cannot and will not let you leave this place alive. It glared at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Blood sword. The Demon Lord summoned its weapon using its own blood. Even if there are 4 of you, it won't be enough to kill me, especially if the Lord isn't with you. The Demon Lord began approaching them with its aura growing stronger and stronger. Young man, we're going to distract it while you look for the opportunity to strike it with the demon sealing strike, Grandpa Lan said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Let's go, Grandma. Yingying, you stay behind. There's nothing you can do here. Even though Lan Yingying didn't want to admit it, she truly did not qualify to be in this battle. A few seconds later, both of the grandparents went to attack the Demon Lord. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to distract me while that human waits for the chance to seal me? I am not as foolish as the other demons. The demon lord laughed out loud as it began fighting the two snakes. And whenever it had the chance, it would throw an attack at Yuan to let him know that it was keeping track of him. I'm going to fight it, Yuan suddenly said after some time. What? You can't. The demon lord is on another level. You won't be able to get close to him, much less attack him. Lan Yingying said. Perhaps not at my current level, but if I increase my cultivation somehow. Yuan spoke as he turned to look at the sealed demons not far away from them. What do you plan on doing? Lan Yingying asked him. I'm going to kill them and eat their demon cores. Yuan replied, shocking her. Are you serious? She looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. If it's true that the founder of the demon sealing clan was able to eat demon cores, I should be able to do the same since I have the same physique. But that's just a rumor, a legend. Demon cores are completely different from monster cores. It's too dangerous, Lan Yingying said. It may be risky, but we won't know unless I try it. Yuan said, and he continued, don't worry, I have a feeling that everything will work out just fine. Lan Yingying opened her mouth, but alas, she decided to not say anything and let him try to eat the demon cores. A moment later, Yuan pointed the Empyrean Overlord at the sealed demons and took a deep breath, preparing to use the heaven-splitting sword strike on them. Chapter 341 Perfect Regeneration. What do you think you're doing? The demon lord immediately noticed Yuan gathering his spiritual energy, clearly preparing for an attack, and it immediately rushed at him. However, the grandparents also went to block its path. You think you can just ignore us? Pap. Grandpa Lan slapped the demon lord with its powerful tail, sending it further away from Yuan. Get out of my way. Just as the demon lord roared, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike, completely missing the demon lord. Ha ha ha. Where the hell are you aiming? The demon lord laughed in a slightly nervous tone afterward, as it felt the immense power within the strike released by Yuan just now. If that thing had hit me, I would have been in danger. This human is truly too dangerous to be left alive. Luckily, this human doesn't have any control over it. The demon lord cried inwardly, thinking that Yuan had only missed because he doesn't have full control over the technique. However, it suddenly noticed that Yuan wasn't even paying attention to it. Instead, he went to where the sealed demons were before they were accidentally struck by the attack and picked up their demon cores. What the hell is he doing? The demon lord raised its eyebrows at Yuan's puzzling actions. A moment later, Yuan tossed one of the demon cores in his mouth, shocking the demon lord and the grandparents. Ha ha ha. What is that idiot doing? Does he want to kill himself? That makes things much easier for me. The demon lord burst out laughing like a maniac after witnessing Yuan's actions. Young man. What are you doing? Grandpa Lan exclaimed. While he knew that Yuan could consume monster cores, he was still shocked speechless by Yuan's actions just now. After all, demon cores are completely different from monster cores. If eating monster cores is akin to drinking water, then eating demon cores is akin to drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, Yuan could feel his tongue beginning to burn after consuming the demon core. Demon cores are spicy. Yuan exclaimed, recalling the first time he accidentally ate spicy food. However, the demon core was spicier than anything he's ever experienced before, feeling like he'd just poured a bottle of hot sauce in his mouth. Heaven refining physique activated? Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached first level spirit grandmaster, plus stats 25,000, ding. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Demon core has been refined. Your skill superior regeneration has developed into perfect regeneration. Perfect regeneration, rank, divine, description, can restore even a missing limb. When the demon lord, who was waiting for Yuan to explode from consuming the demon core, realized that Yuan was perfectly fine, even experiencing a breakthrough from it, the demon lord nearly lost its mind from shock. What? That's impossible. How can a mere human consume a demon core? You should have died the moment you ate it. The demon lord exclaimed in a voice filled with bewilderment. However, Yuan ignored the demon lord and proceeded to consume the second demon core. Heaven refining physique activated? Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level Spirit Grandmaster, plus stats 26,000. You have reached third level Spirit Grandmaster, plus stats 27,000. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Fuck. It wasn't a fluke that he survived the first demon core. The demon lord was hoping that Yuan was only lucky enough to survive at first, but after witnessing him consume a second demon core, it concluded that it was not coincidence or luck that Yuan could eat demon cores. Is this human really human? How can a human survive the chaotic spiritual energy within a demon core? Even a demon would go mad if it consumes a demon core. He's even more dangerous than the Lord in some ways. So this is what being a Spirit Grandmaster feels like, huh? As expected, my body is filled with energy, and it feels like I won't lose no matter what I'm fighting. Yuan mumbled to himself before turning to look at the demon lord who was staring at him with its face twisted in disbelief. I wonder how your demon core will taste, demon lord. Yuan suddenly said to it, causing a chill to go down the demon lord's back. Try to get my demon core if you can, you damn monster. The demon lord roared before it rushed at Yuan with the bloody sword in its grasp. Oh no. Watch out, young man. The grandparents reacted a little slow this time around, mostly because they were still shocked by Yuan's unbelievable appetite, allowing the demon lord to slip right through them. It'll be okay. Yuan said to them as he raised the Empyrean Overlord and welcomed the demon lord. Once it was close enough to strike, the demon lord swung its blood sword at Yuan. Boom! Yuan blocked the attack with his own sword, causing the ground to shake from the impact. However, unlike previously, he wasn't sent flying. Furthermore, the blood sword in the demon lord's grasp even cracked a little. The demon lord sucked its teeth before quickly repairing the sword with its blood. Blood arms. The demon lord suddenly grew 2 arms behind its back. Blood sword. Then 2 swords appeared in those arms. Die for me. The demon lord struck Yuan again, this time with 2 extra swords. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the strikes before activating Heavenly Domain, restricting the demon lord's movements to a small extent. Forearms? That's not fair. Yuan exclaimed after dodging its strikes. Humph. You don't get to say such words after what you just did. Are you really human? Damn monster in human skin. The demon lord said to him. Young man. Are you okay? The grandparents returned to his side after their quick clash. I'm okay, and let me fight the demon alone, Yuan said to them. Why you want to fight it by yourself? Grandpa Lan looked at him with a dazed face. Chapter 342 Fighting the Demon Lord. I fight better when there's nobody around me since I can let loose without needing to worry about hitting you guys as well, Yuan said to them. I understand. If you think you can defeat it by yourself, we won't get in your way. But if I sense that you're in danger, I'll immediately assist you. Grandpa Lan said to him before returning to his human form. You want to fight me alone? Ha ha ha. Don't get cocky just because your cultivation improved slightly. You're still only a spirit grandmaster whilst I am a spirit lord. There's still a vast gap between us. The demon lord laughed as its aura continued to rise. Yuan didn't wait any longer and rushed at the demon lord, striking it with his Empyrean Overlord. Clang! The demon lord used 2 of its swords to block Yuan's strike whilst using its third one to retaliate. Yuan then used his movement technique to dance around the demon lord. Despite being an entire realm above Yuan, the demon lord still had its movements suppressed by the heavenly domain. What an annoying movement technique. The demon lord didn't dare to waste its movements while being restricted and waited for Yuan to strike, as a single mistake might cost its life. Bloody sword strike. Yuan suddenly attacked the demon lord after a minute of trying to confuse it with his movement technique. However, even though the demon lord couldn't move at its full speed, its reaction remained in peak condition, allowing it to defend against Yuan's strike even though its movements were slowed. The two of them continued to dance back and forth with Yuan being on the offensive and the demon lord on the defensive for many minutes. Fuck. How long can he keep this restriction domain active? How much spiritual energy does he have? The demon lord cried inwardly, as it had been waiting for Yuan to exhaust his spiritual energy. After all, to sustain such a powerful pressure that could restrict even a spirit lord's movements, it would obviously require an immense amount of qi. However, many minutes have passed without any signs of Yuan exhausting his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the demon lord roared, "Don't tell me you have unlimited energy as well?" The demon lord decided to risk it and flew into the sky, where the heavenly domain could not reach him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the demon lord in the sky. Although he could also fly, he wasn't confident enough in his flight abilities to fight someone like the demon lord in the skies. Blood spears. The demon lord suddenly summoned a dozen spears with its blood before throwing them at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge them, but the demon lord continued to summon the spears, raining them down on him. You think you're the only one with inexhaustible spiritual energy? I can do this all day. The demon lord laughed as it continued to throw spears at Yuan from the sky. Hundreds of spears later, Yuan left the ground and flew into the air as well. So you've finally decided to fight me? The demon lord said as it summoned its swords and flew towards him. Clang! The two of them clashed in the air, causing the clouds around them to ripple away. You fell for it, human. The demon lord suddenly grinned. The next second, two more arms appeared behind the demon lord's back, preparing to strike Yuan at any moment now. Let's see if your movement technique works in the air. However, Yuan remained calm despite the demon lord's surprise. And right as the demon lord moved its arms, Yuan's eyes glowed golden, causing the demon lord to halt for a split second. In this split second, Yuan used the invisible starry abyss to create a hole in the demon lord's face, taking it by surprise for a second time. And with his third strike, Demon Sealing Strike, Yuan used this chance to stab the Empyrean overlord in the chest. He did it. The Lan family watching from afar trembled in excitement after seeing Yuan successfully strike the demon lord. Damn you! The demon lord shouted in rage after realizing that Yuan had managed to injure it successfully. Normally, it wouldn't react even if it had its entire body crushed into meat paste, but a single strike from someone with a demon sealing technique is akin to death no matter how minor the injury. Hell, even an injury as small as a paper cut will seal a demon's fate. This is why the demons feared the demon sealing clan so much. If they so much as bump into their swords, it would mark the end for the demons. After his successful strike, Yuan immediately retrieved his sword and distanced himself from the demon lord, running back to the Lan family just in case. Fuck. The demon lord didn't even bother to chase after Yuan and instead began digging a hole in its own stomach with its bare hands, trying to rip away the injury created by Yuan. But alas, the demon lord soon realized that its efforts were in vain since the petrifying effects eventually began to spread throughout its body. No. It can't end here. It can't. I still have to leave this godforsaken world and rule the outside world. I cannot die here. The demon lord began shouting like a maniac who'd gone crazy. Who could have thought that after struggling for hundreds of thousands of years, the demon lord would succumb to a human who, logically speaking, shouldn't even have the qualifications to face it? Unfortunately for the demon lord, Yuan was someone who transcended all logic and common sense even in the cultivation world where almost anything can happen. If I die, I will take at least one of you with me. The demon lord suddenly flew towards their direction with its eyes bright red and a resolute expression. Seeing this, Grandpa Lan suddenly shouted, "Shit! It's planning on blowing itself up. If we're caught in that, we'll be in grave danger." What? It can do something like that? Yuan exclaimed. Chapter 343 Core Detonation. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Yuan asked them. There is none. I'll try to stop it. The rest of you run away. Grandpa Lan said, prepared to lay down his own life for them. However, Yuan said to him, no. I will take care of it. What? You'll die. Lan Yingying said to him. That's fine. I won't die forever even if I die. However, that might not be the case for you guys. And without waiting for them to respond, Yuan made his move, flying towards the Demon Lord. Wait! Young man! Grandpa Lan tried to stop him, but alas, Yuan completely ignored him and continued moving forward. Ha ha ha. So you want to die, huh? This is perfect. The Demon Lord laughed as its aura grew more volatile and intense. The Demon Lord was not only getting more powerful, but its body was also glowing redder and redder. As Yuan got closer to the Demon Lord, he wondered if there was anything he could do, but alas, he could not think of any methods that would save him in this desperate situation. Humph. So what if I die? I'll just respawn. So what if I lose my cultivation base? I'll just cultivate some more. If I become a cripple, it won't be my first time. And it's not like I won't be able to walk or move. I'll still be able to explore this world, whether I'm a cultivator or not. Yuan changed direction midway, leading the Demon Lord further away from the Lan family. Of course, the Demon Lord was more than happy to chase after Yuan even if it wouldn't be able to kill the Lan family. In its eyes, he would do the other demons a bigger favor if it killed Yuan, who was a much bigger threat than the Lan family could ever be. Do you really think you can outrun me? The Demon Lord laughed as it got closer and closer to Yuan. Even though Yuan's strength could rival even a Spirit Lord as a Spirit Grandmaster, his flying speed was an entirely different story. Slowly but surely, the Demon Lord caught up to Yuan, and it was just a matter of time before it blew its entire cultivation up. Yuan stopped running away once they were far enough from the Lan family, and there was no point when he knew that he wouldn't outrun the Demon Lord. In just a few seconds, I will blow up, and everything within 10,000 meters will disappear with me. The Demon Lord laughed out loud as it hovered a few meters away from Yuan. Go ahead. You'll be the only one dying, anyway. Yuan shrugged in a nonchalant manner, dumbfounding the Demon Lord. You're not afraid of dying? The Demon Lord frowned. I won't die. Bullshit. You're not immortal. Not even a Spirit King would survive a core detonation at this level. The Demon Lord didn't believe Yuan. Yuan didn't bother responding to it and calmly stared at the Demon Lord that was almost petrified at this moment. Oh. I can feel it. Power overwhelming my body. Ha ha ha. It's about time. Die for me, human. The Demon Lord laughed out loud until it exploded. It was at this moment Yuan thought about logging off to escape the explosion, but alas. You cannot log off during combat. A second later, the Demon Lord's body suddenly began twisting and turning in a spiraling motion, almost like a black hole had appeared inside its body and was consuming the Demon Lord inside out. The Demon Lord's body twisted until it was the size and shape of a small pebble, almost like a glass marble of sorts. This pebble then glowed brightly before exploding with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to protect himself by placing it in front of his face. However, the explosion was too large and powerful, and Yuan could feel everything below his chest disappear almost instantly. Ah! Yuan was overwhelmed with pain, losing consciousness almost immediately. Meanwhile, the Lan family could see a bright light in the distance, followed by a strong earthquake a second later. Yuan. Lan Yingying felt her heart being squeezed when she saw this light, and tears quickly flowed from her eyes. Alas! This young man actually sacrificed his life for us. Grandpa Lan sighed, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Many of the participants in the mystic realm were also able to see this bright light in the sky, as it was like a second sun that had suddenly appeared in the world. The sun created by the demon lord remained for a good minute before it finally began to subside. The Lan family went to the scene of the explosion in hopes to find Yuan's remains, but alas, they were unable to find him, almost like had disappeared from this world. As expected, his body has completely disintegrated from the demon lord's core detonation. Grandpa Lan sighed. After all, even he wouldn't survive such a devastating attack, much less a spirit grandmaster with a human body. Ying, make sure you take care of that baby. That young man sacrificed his own life so that you too, all of us could live. Grandma Lan said to her in a grieving tone. I understand. Lan Ying nodded, still with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, about 100 miles away from where the explosion had occurred, a body that was anything but complete laid on the ground, looking like a corpse that had recently been chewed on by wild animals. Heavens! That almost scared me to death. The voice of a young lady resounded after this disfigured body suddenly dropped from the sky and landed behind her. Just what on earth happened to this person? His body looks like it just ate an explosion. Was he a victim of that random explosion just now? The young lady inspected the corpse out of curiosity, not feeling grossed out by the awful sight that would normally make any young lad's stomach churn with disgust. And why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Ding! Perfect regeneration has activated. Chapter 344 Barely surviving the explosion. What? His body is regenerating? The young lady was shocked when the mutilated body suddenly began healing, and she watched as this half-completed body regrow the rest of its body as well as all 4 limbs in just a matter of moments, almost like she was before an immortal monster or something. The young lady took a few steps back just in case. A few moments later, the mutilated body recovered perfectly. It was unlike anything the young lady had seen before. Ugh! Yuan slowly opened his eyes to see the sunlight assaulting his eyes. Did I die? Did I respawn outside the mystic realm? Yuan slowly sat up, still recalling the pain he'd felt before losing consciousness. Once his mind and vision began to stabilize, Yuan looked around his surroundings, and to his surprise, he wasn't outside the mystic realm. What? Don't tell me I didn't die from that explosion. This is a miracle. Yuan quickly stood up with excitement on his face. Fortunately, had managed to protect his head and heart. Although his regenerative abilities are not as exaggerated as the demons, it was pretty close, allowing him to regenerate as long as his head and heart are unharmed. It was at this moment that Yuan realized he was not alone and there was another presence not far away from him. Who's there? Yuan turned to look at the tree a few meters away from him. That voice. Player Yuan? The young lady who had hidden behind a tree slowly walked out with her hands up, showing Yuan that she was not a threat to him. Why you're... Yuan was surprised to see Wang Xiuying there. After revealing herself, Wang Xiuying stared at Yuan with a somewhat amazed expression on her face. What is it? Yuan decided to ask her, feeling like something was amiss right now. Wang Xiuying appeared to hesitate for a moment before pointing at his face. It was at this moment Yuan realized that his mask was gone and his face was in full display. Oh no. The explosion must have removed the mask. Now she knows what I look like. Yuan cried inwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you look like, I promise. Wang Xiuying quickly said to him, feeling extremely nervous at this moment, as she was worried that he would kill her because she saw his face. She doesn't recognize me? Yuan realized that Wang Xiuying didn't realize who he was even though she saw his face. Fortunately for Yuan, Wang Xiuying only remembers what he looked like when he was a kid. Even though she has seen him plenty of times as an adult, Yuan looks somewhat different in the real world because of his skinny appearance, and Wang Xiuying hasn't seen him since his recovery. Furthermore, his appearance has been enhanced as a cultivator. Also, your clothes. Wang Xiuying pointed at his legs with a blushing face. Yuan looked down, and to his surprise, he was completely naked from his chest down. While his body regenerated, his clothes were a different story. No wonder why it felt a little breezy down there. Sorry, but I don't have any clothes on me, Yuan said in a calm voice. Independent Illinois give you some of mine, okay? Wang Xiuying said as she removed the first layer of her clothes. Luckily for them, disciple uniforms in the cultivation world are mostly unisex, so both genders can wear them and look the same. Thank you. Yuan accepted her clothes and quickly wore them. Although they were a little small, it was good enough to be worn. Anyways, what were you doing that made you in such a state? And how on earth are you still alive? I thought you were some kind of immortal monster at first. Wang Xiuying said to him afterward. Oh. I was fighting some really powerful demon, and it decided to blow itself up. Yuan sighed. Is that what caused the explosion? You're really something else, player Yuan. No wonder why you're the #1 player in the world right now. Wang Xiuying said. What do you plan on doing now? I'm going to go back and see if there's anything left of the demon just in case it also survived, Yuan said. Can I come with you? I won't get in your way, I promise. I just want to see how player Yuan plays the game. She asked him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Since he already knew her and was even on good terms with her in the real world, Yuan didn't mind letting her follow him. Ah. Do you know which way was the explosion? Yuan asked her. That way. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to follow the direction she pointed. Sometime later, they arrived at the site where the explosion occurred, and as expected, the destruction caused by the Demon Lord wasn't anything to laugh at. There was a massive crater where the Demon Lord exploded, almost like a meteorite had landed in this place. My lord, you survived something like this? Wang Xiuying turned to look at him with a dazed expression. I know. I'm also surprised. Yuan mumbled. The crater was a few miles in diameter, and it could be a large lake if it was filled with water. I'll be right back, Yuan said to her before flying into the crater to see if he could sense the Demon Lord. He's flying? He can fly. Does this mean he's already a spirit grandmaster? Impossible. We've only been in the mystic realm for a week. Even if his cultivation base didn't reset to the beginning like the rest of us, he still shouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time. Wang Xiuying was truly shocked to the core after witnessing Yuan's flying ability. Meanwhile, Yuan flew around the crater with his divine sense activated. I don't see the Demon Lord nor its demon core. Maybe the demon core was destroyed by the explosion? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. After spending a couple of minutes in the crater without any results, Yuan returned to Wang Xiuying's side. Chapter 345 Unsuspecting Victims. Did you find what you were looking for? Wang Xiuying asked him after he returned. No, I didn't. Which is probably a good thing, he said. What are you going to do now? Head to the Mystic Pagoda? It's only a day from this place. I still have one more place to visit. Wang Xiuying nodded and followed him. Sometime later, they arrived at the abandoned valley. The only reason Yuan came to this place was for the Lan family. I hope they're fine. The explosion was extremely powerful, after all. Yuan sighed inwardly. It would be dreadful if the Lan family was also affected by the Demon Lord's explosion. Wang. Healer Wang, how long was I knocked out after the explosion? Yuan turned to ask her. A couple of minutes? What about a white snake? Did you see any white snakes in the sky recently? Yes. I saw a flying white snake sometime before the explosion. It was really mythical. Wang Xiuying nodded her head in excitement just recalling the flying white snake in the sky. Before the explosion? Then they probably haven't left yet. Yuan wondered where the Lan family could have gone after he was blown away. Surely, they didn't return to the Divine Forest, right? If they did, he won't be able to return to them since he doesn't know where the place was located. Hopefully, they're fine. Yuan prayed inwardly for their safety. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked her, "I'm going to head to the Mystic Pagoda now. Do you also want to come with me?" "I do." Wang Xiuying quickly nodded, as she wouldn't miss this chance that every other player hoped to have, playing alongside player Yuan. Yuan looked in the sky to find the blue star before following the direction. "Player Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to play?" Wang Xiuying asked him as they walked. "Because I want to feel alive," he calmly responded. "Alive?" Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Yes. In the real world, even though I am living, I never felt like I am truly alive. At least that was how I felt before I started playing this game," Yuan said. "Oh. I think I get what you mean. I have had a lot of patients who told me the same thing," Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, "Oh, I am a nurse outside." Yuan merely smiled. "I know," he said inwardly. "What do you do outside? If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. I know you're skeptical since everyone is trying to learn your identity, but I personally don't care about any of that. I don't really do anything outside, unfortunately. I stay at home all day." "So you're a modern-day hermit?" Wang Xiuying said. "A what?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "A modern-day hermit. Someone who stays at home and doesn't go outside unless absolutely necessary. There are many people like that nowadays due to how popular gaming has become," Wang Xiuying explained. "Well, I do it not because I like to. I simply don't have a choice." Yuan sighed. "You must be living a difficult life, huh?" Wang Xiuying looked at Yuan, feeling somewhat nostalgic, almost like she has spoken with him before. "The way he speaks and the feeling he gives me. It's very similar to you, Tian. I wonder if this is what he would be like if he wasn't in that condition." Wang Xiuying noticed some similarities before Yuan and Yu Tian, mostly their atmosphere and speech. "I wonder what he's doing right now. What about you? Why did you decide to play?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "I played on a whim since it was very popular, but once I realized how effective and unique medicine is in this world, it became my reason for continuing. I have a dream, you see. A dream to heal someone, and I believe the knowledge to do so is in this world. I know it sounds silly, but I have already incorporated some of the medical practices in this world into our world, and it's working perfectly." Wang Xiuying looked up into the skies and mumbled, "This game is so realistic that sometimes I wonder whether this is just a game or actually something more, like another world of sorts." "Another world, huh? How nice would that be if it was true?" A smile appeared on Yuan's face. After walking for some time, they encountered a magical beast with a cultivation base around the peak of Spirit Apprentice. You're a Spirit Grandmaster, right?" Wang Xiuying turned to look at him. While she was also at the peak of Spirit Apprentice, she wasn't exactly an expert in fighting. "I'll take care of it," Yuan said. He then used the Starry Abyss and Flying Daggers to take care of the magical beast instantly. "Wow! How do you do that?" Wang Xiuying expressed her admiration for his technique. It's just a mortal grade technique that allows me to control a dagger using my spiritual energy. How can such a powerful technique only be mortal grade?" After taking care of the magical beast, they continued walking in the grassland until they reached a small city. Unfortunately for them, neither of them had money, so they were unable to enter the city that required a small fee. However, even if they had money, the mystic realm uses a different currency, so the currency outside wouldn't have much worth in here. "I guess we can only walk around the city," Wang Xiuying sighed. "Or we can fly over it," Yuan suggested. "Fly?" Wang Xiuying's eyes flickered with excitement. "Let's fly," she nodded in agreement. "I'll have to carry you if you don't mind," said Yuan. "I don't mind." A moment later, Yuan carried Wang Xiuying in a princess carry before flying into the sky, shocking the guards there. Heavens! He was a Spirit Grandmaster. Did we just kick away a spirit grandmaster? We're dead. The guards began crying once they realized that they'd screwed up big time. In their minds, Yuan was probably going straight to the city lord to complain. Of course, Yuan did the complete opposite, ignoring the city and flying straight over it. Wow. So this is what it feels like to fly. Wang Xiuying looked down at the city with exhilaration. I cannot wait until I become a spirit grandmaster so that I can fly as well. But that might take a few years. Once they were on the other side of the city, Wang Xiuying said, Player Yuan, do you mind if we continue flying for a little longer? If you're tired, we can go back down, though. You can just call me Yuan. And I don't mind. We travel much faster this way as well. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped in midair with his gaze towards the ground. There are some people there. I think they're also participants. Yuan said. Wang Xiuying looked down, and sure enough, there were two people wearing the same uniform at the bottom, and these people hadn't noticed them yet. I think that's the Diamond Palm sect. They're from the northern continent and ranked 10th. Wang Xiuying recognized them since they were also on the same continent as her sect. What are you going to do? She then asked. Well, my sect master told me to get rid of the other participants as soon as I see them, Yuan said. Get rid of? Wang Xiuying's body shivered at his words. Yes. If I kill them inside this place, they'll be teleported outside and disqualified. Yuan nodded. Then he added, Don't worry, I won't disqualify you. Really? Wang Xiuying released a sigh of relief after hearing that. Really? Anyways, I don't want them to see my face, so I'll get rid of them from up here. After taking a deep breath, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and made it turn invisible. He then used flying daggers to control the starry abyss, commanding it to fly towards the two unsuspecting victims on the bottom. A second later, two holes appear in their faces, instantly killing them. Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously when she saw this. He can kill us as easily as breathing, and we won't even know what hit us, she sighed inwardly. The difference between them was simply too vast. Meanwhile, outside the Mystic Pagoda, the sect master of the Diamond Palm sect was shocked to the core when his disciples suddenly died out of the blue. What? What the fuck just happened? Who killed my disciples? He exclaimed, causing the others to look at his disciples that laid on the ground in the mystic realm with a large hole in their heads. Heavens! How brutal yet efficient. A few moments later, the bodies of the two dead participants disappeared from the mystic realm before appearing outside with their injury fully recovered. Huh? What happened? Why are we outside the mystic realm? The two didn't even realize that they had been killed even after waking up outside the mystic realm. In their eyes, their visions had turned black for a split second, and before they were aware, they were already outside the mystic realm. The thought of being killed just now didn't even cross their minds. It was not until after their sect master approached them and told them what happened that they finally realized they had been killed. What? That's impossible. There wasn't even anybody around us. The two of them exclaimed, looking extremely confused by the situation. As for Wang Xiuying's view. After meeting Yuan, the mirror suddenly stopped spectating her, almost as though the treasure could no longer find her location. Chapter 346. Who is responsible for this? Are you sure you weren't ambushed or something? The Diamond Palm sect's master asked the two disciples that had been brutally killed. I'm confident that we were alone, sect master. One of the disciples quickly responded with a serious expression on his face. We were in open land, and we haven't encountered another participant since we entered. Then how did you two die? Who killed you? The sect master mumbled in a dazed voice. Even he didn't see what had happened to them through the treasure. Their death was so sudden and random that if he was told his disciples were killed by ghosts, he would probably believe it. The sect master then turned to look at Senior Nya and bowed to him. Senior Nya, what should we do now? Has something like this happened before? Where the participants die out of nowhere? Senior Nya shook his head and said, no, this has never happened before. As for what happens, since your participants have died inside the mystic realm, regardless of the circumstances, your sect is now disqualified. Whatever points you received before the disqualification will be your final score. The sect master of the Diamond Palm sect staggered like he was about to faint after hearing Senior Ni's words. How could they be disqualified so early on in the mystic realm? They have been in the top 10 for over 100 years. At this rate, it would be a miracle if they managed to even get into the top 100. How could such a tragedy befall their sect? Who did they offend to deserve this? However, as much as the sect master of the Diamond Palm sect wanted to ask for a second chance, he knew it was pointless, and had only be making himself into a laughing stock. The other sect masters swallowed nervously when they saw this, silently praying to themselves that this wouldn't happen to their sect. But alas, within the next few hours, many other participants experienced the same tragedy the Diamond Palm sect had experienced. The participants were dying left and right without a single person knowing the cause, and this caused a great commotion outside the mystic realm. Just what in heaven's name is going on? Who is responsible for this? Could it be another participant? Or is someone from the mystic realm responsible for this? This is outrageous. At this rate, the sect ranking for the next 10 years will be all messed up. Senior Nya was greatly bewildered by this situation, as he has never seen anything like this before. What do you think is happening, Elder Nya? One of the crystal balls asked him. I really don't know what to tell you. Somebody is killing all of these people without showing himself or his methods. It's like he has an invisible weapon or something similar. And at the rate he's killing them, taking into account the distance between each victim, this predator is traveling very quickly, too quickly if I am being honest. What does this all mean? Another voice asked. After pondering for a moment, Elder Nya said, this may sound absurd, but if we cannot see this killer from the treasure, he's probably a mystic realm native, and for some reason, he's killing every single participant. As for his reason for doing so, we will probably never know. We have known that the natives inside the mystic realm aren't very friendly towards us outsiders, but they have never outright hunted the participants until today. Did something change within the mystic realm? One of the voices from the crystal ball spoke. What should we do about the sect ranking this year? It's a freaking mess already, and there are still 3 weeks left. At this rate, all of the participants will be disqualified. Senior Nya then said, the cultivation world is volatile in nature. Anything can happen, even ridiculous events that nobody can imagine, and this is simply one of these moments. Even if the sect ranking is flipped around this year, where the previous lowest ranking sect becomes first and the previous first rank becomes last, we will judge it as we usually do. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple, Long Yijuan and the other sect elders were clearly very worried about the current situation. I wonder what's going on, really. It's been a week since the Mystic Realm started and we still haven't seen Disciple Yuan's shadow, much less the person himself. I hope he's fine. Long Yijuan sighed, completely unaware that Yuan was behind this phenomenon. While he did tell Yuan to disqualify as many participants as he could, Long Yijuan could have never expected this kind of outcome. However, 2 people there understood what was going on. Xiao Hua, these invisible attacks. It's definitely him, right? Feng Yuxiang turned to ask her. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua nodded, the way all of these people are killed as efficiently as possible with a single strike to the head. It definitely resembles Brother Yuan's style. After spending so much time with Yuan, she was obviously used to his fighting style, and Yuan was someone who would always go for the head whenever it was possible. Out of the thousands of magical beasts he has slain, most of them had died from a single strike to the head. After getting Xiao Hua's confirmation, Feng Yuxiang said to Long Yijuan and the others, I think it's the young master behind these attacks. What? Yuan? Really? How can you tell? Elder Xian quickly asked. The attack patterns and these invisible strikes. One of the young master's soul weapons can turn invisible, and looking at the size of these holes, it matches what his starry abyss is capable of. Feng Yuxiang explained to them. If that's the case, how come we can't see him? Where is he killing them from? Elder Shan then asked. I have a speculation, but it sounds a little too absurd even for the young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Let us hear it. Long Yijuan said with a serious expression on his face. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath before continuing, the sky. What? Are you saying that Disciple Yuan is somehow killing them from the skies, that he's flying? Elder Shan looked at her with wide eyes, as it was too unbelievable. After all, only spirit grandmasters could possibly achieve such feats. Feng Yuxiang sighed, that's why I didn't want to say it. It sounds absurd, I know, but it's the only thing I can think of. And she continued, think about it, the first two victims were in an empty grassland for miles with nowhere to hide, yet they were killed without seeing a shadow. If there's nobody around them, then the attack could have only come from one place, the skies. I see, that makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense at the same time. Elder Xian said. In order to attack from the sky, Disciple Yuan must have learned to fly, but in order to do so, he must have reached at the very least Spirit Grandmaster. However, it's only been a week since the Mystic Realm opened. Even if Disciple Yuan somehow managed to escape having his cultivation base wiped, he still wouldn't be able to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time, at least he shouldn't. Feng Yuxiang shrugged, I don't know. The young master is unpredictable. He's literally the reason why I try to avoid using the word impossible, since he somehow always makes the impossible, well, possible. Let's continue watching. Maybe Disciple Yuan will show up sooner or later. Elder Shan suggested. Inside the Mystic Realm, Wang Xiuying watched as Yuan disqualified the 39th disciple with a nonchalant expression on her face, almost like she was already used to seeing such a sight. At this rate, hell kill all of the participants in the Mystic Realm before the 30 days time limit is over. Wang Xiuying sighed inwardly. The disparity between Yuan and all of the participants was simply too vast. This made Wang Xiuying wonder why he was being so nice and friendly to her. Normally, someone as secretive as Player Yuan wouldn't reveal so much about himself to a stranger like her, yet he has spoken to her as though they were already friends. In fact, Wang Xiuying already considers Player Yuan as her friend, something she didn't think was possible before today. Congratulations, Yuan. Wang Xiuying suddenly said to him. What for? He raised his eyebrows slightly in a puzzled manner. Congratulations on getting first place for the Mystic Realm, obviously. Huh. We don't know that yet. There are still 3 weeks left. Anything can happen in these next 3 weeks. You're so humble, Yuan. Think about it. You're a spirit grandmaster who can take out any participant with a single thought. Who in this place could rival someone like you? Perhaps that's the case, but despite my cultivation base, I nearly died today. This shows me that no matter how powerful you are not invincible, and you can never be too careful in the cultivation world. If you say it like that, I guess so. Wang Xiuying nodded. Meanwhile, at the Mystic Pagoda, 3 figures stood before a tall building that emitted a majesty aura. What are we doing here, grandfather? Lan Yingying asked him. I just felt like coming here, that's all. Grandpa Lan responded with a gloomy feeling around him. After standing there silently for a few minutes, Grandpa Lan clasped his hands together and bowed to the Mystic Pagoda. I'm sure it was fate that he came to this place. Thank you for guiding that young man here, Lord. If only I was a little bit stronger. Chapter 347 Mystic Pagoda. Lan Yingying and Grandma Lan followed Grandpa Lan's movements, bowing to the Mystic Pagoda with respect. Sometime later, Grandpa Lan transformed into his beast form and carried his family back to the Divine Forest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Mystic Realm, Gao Dongya and Shuejia finally began their journey after spending an entire week increasing their cultivation, reaching the Spirit Warrior realm. The spiritual energy in this world is abundant and rich. If only the outside world was like this, I would have become a spirit master by now. Xue Jie sighed out loud. Then she turned to look at Gao Dongya and asked him, what should we do now? We still have no idea where Disciple Yuan is. It would only be a waste of time if we look for him when we don't even know where we are, much less where he is. The only thing we can do right now is follow the plan and obtain as many points as we can with what little time we have left. Gao Dongya said. And he continued, hopefully, that's what he's doing as well. What do you want to do then? Hunt for magical beasts for the next 3 weeks? Xue Jie suggested, as that seemed to be the most efficient method of grinding points. Gao Dongya narrowed his eyes at her and said, what a simple woman. Do you really believe you are the only one with that thought? We won't achieve first place if we do something like this. Stop calling me woman. I have a name, Xue Jie. And do you really think we can take first place with just the two of us? Your ambition is too high. I don't know about you, but I always strive for the best results, and the best result for the mystic realm would be the mystic pagoda. Gao Dongya said in a calm voice. The mystic pagoda? Nobody has opened that place up since ancient times. What makes you think you'll be able to open it? If I had your attitude, would never be able to open it. Gao Dongya said, and he turned around and began walking. Enough chit-chatting. We have already spent too much time increasing our cultivation. Since you're so smart, why don't you tell me where we can find the mystic pagoda? Xue Jie said. Gao Dongya then pointed to the skies, where a blue star flickered. If you'd done your research before coming here, you would know that by following the blue star, you'll reach the mystic pagoda. This isn't the first time people have been to this place. Seriously, why did the sect master even pick someone like you to come here if you're not taking this seriously? Che. Xue Jie sucked her teeth at Gao Dongya's response that left her speechless. Thus, they began their journey towards the mystic pagoda, as was every other participant in the mystic realm. Normally, they would be hunting magical beasts and doing whatever they can to increase their points, but this year was different, as everybody wanted to ascend to the spirit heaven, where their career as a cultivator would surely reach a new level. Even if their sects were to receive a lower rank because of this, none of the participants cared. In their mind, since there was someone as monstrous as Yuan participating in the mystic realm, the only way they could beat someone like him was to go above and beyond and open up the mystic pagoda. Looks like all of the participants are heading towards the mystic pagoda. The observers outside the mystic realm noticed this. This year's mystic realm is truly a mess. Not only are the participants getting killed by a mysterious force, but they're also not following the routine. This is all because of Senior Ni's presence. One of the sect masters there sighed. Can you really blame them, though? If I was in their shoes, I would also be trying to do whatever I can to go to the spirit heaven. If I weren't so old and have an entire sect to take care of, I would also love to try to ascend. While the sect masters mumbled to each other, Senior Nia and the people in the spirit heaven spoke to each other. Do you think the mystic pagoda will finally open this year? One of the crystal balls asked. Most likely not, said another voice. Yeah, I highly doubt it as well. The mystic realm has existed for countless years with countless challengers, yet not a single person has managed to open the mystic pagoda. This year won't be any different. However, Senior Nia smiled and said, actually, there is one person who'd managed to open the mystic pagoda. There was someone like that? How come I have never heard of it? Half of the spectators were hearing this for the first time. Are you talking about the owner of the mystic realm, Elder Nye? Wait a second. The mystic realm has an owner? This is my first time hearing about this. Senior Nye nodded his head and said, it's not surprising some of you don't know about this since it's only mentioned in ancient scrolls regarding the mystic realm. Countless years ago, when the mystic realm still had no master, people could enter and leave the place at will. However, all of that changed when a certain individual, a certain young man entered the mystic realm and became its master. Wait a moment. One of the voices interrupted and spoke, you're telling me some youngster became the master of the mystic realm? How did that happen? Who is this young man? Nobody knows his identity. Senior Nye said. What? Nobody? How is that possible? A voice of disbelief quickly resounded. Because he was always wearing a mask. The only thing we know about this individual is that he's a young man, at least that's what people got from his voice. He entered the mystic realm, became its master, left the place, and he was never heard from again. Of course, this person also made new rules for the mystic realm and closed its doors. Now, only those with tokens are allowed to go inside. Then someone asked, what about the tokens? Where did we get them? It was given to the founders of our sect, and we have been hosting the mystic realm ever since then. Nobody besides the founders knows why we're doing this, but it's become a tradition of sorts, and nobody really questions it anymore. Senior Nya said to them. Heavens! And here I thought we were doing this because we're recruiting potential talents for our sect. One of the voices mumbled in a dazed voice. Honestly, that's how most of us see this nowadays, so regardless of what our founders were thinking, this is the outcome, said another voice. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Wang Xiuying suddenly pointed to the tall building at the end of the horizon and said, look at that pagoda. I think that's the mystic pagoda. Yuan nodded and sped up a little, quickly approaching the pagoda in the distance. Sometime later, they arrived at the pagoda, and Yuan descended from the sky. We got here much quicker than expected since we flew here. Look at the door, this is definitely the mystic pagoda. Wang Xiuying pointed at the top of the door, where the words Mystic Pagoda were engraved. This place looks more ordinary than I'd anticipated, Yuan said as he looked at the Mystic Pagoda. You think so too? Wang Xiuying agreed with him, and she continued, I thought it would be more special, but I have seen similar buildings in the northern continent plenty of times by now. However, this place does give me a unique feeling that other places don't, but I cannot pinpoint what this feeling is exactly. Let's take a look around the place. Wang Xiuying suggested. The two of them proceeded to walk around the Mystic Pagoda to see if there was anything around the place. Literally, a minute later, they returned to the front of the place. I didn't see anything special. What about you? Yuan shook his head. Even with divine sense, he wasn't able to see anything unique. Of course, his divine sense wasn't able to penetrate the Mystic Pagoda for some reason, almost like there was something protecting it. A few moments later, Wang Xiuying suddenly approached the doors to the Mystic Pagoda and tried to open it. However, she quickly realized that was impossible, as there was no door handle at the door. Thus, she could only try knocking on the door. Hello? Anybody inside? Nobody responded to her, something Wang Xiuying had expected even before knocking on the door. Any idea how to open this place? Wang Xiuying turned to look at Yuan, who had been standing there in silence, staring at the Mystic Pagoda with a dazed expression on his face. Yuan? Are you okay? She asked him again. Why yes. Yuan nodded, and he continued, this place seems so nostalgic for some reason, almost like I have been here before. You're thinking too much. There's obviously no way you could have been here before. Wang Xiuying chuckled. I guess. Yuan nodded and approached Wang Xiuying before standing at the door to the Mystic Pagoda. It was at this moment the doors that had been sealed shut for countless years suddenly began to tremble. This is. Wang Xiuying's eyes widened with shock when the doors suddenly opened. Why did the doors suddenly open? They didn't even do anything special. And maybe it opened because I knocked on the doors? She mumbled, as this was the only explanation she could think of. Chapter 348 Suspiciously Easy. The Mystic Pagoda opened? Why? Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing the doors open automatically. However, there was nobody to welcome them inside, so why did the doors open? Let's go inside and check it out, Yuan suggested. Wait. Wang Xiuying turned around, grabbed him, and quickly pulled him away from the Mystic Pagoda. Once they were far enough, the doors to the Mystic Pagoda closed again. Don't be so hasty, Yuan. What if it's a trap? If you ask me, I think it's too easy. There's no way the Mystic Pagoda would open so easily for us when nobody has managed to open it for so long. Wang Xiuying explained to him why they shouldn't go inside. Yuan nodded after hearing her words. That makes sense. It's quite suspicious how the place just opened. That's right. What if we're ambushed by traps the moment we go inside? That would be disastrous. Wang Xiuying said. Then what should we do? Yuan asked her. I say we wait until someone else goes inside and see what happens. I'm sure there are people coming to this place as we speak. Wang Xiuying responded. Okay. We can observe them from the skies, where we should be safe. Yuan agreed. What should we do in the meantime? I don't know. It's getting a bit late, so I'm about to log off for the day. It's also almost time for dinner for me as well. Thus, the two of them looked around the Mystic Pagoda for a few more minutes before logging off. In the real world, Yuan said to Meishiu, I have arrived at the Mystic Pagoda. Really? Were you able to open it? Meishiu asked him as she fed him dinner. About that. The Mystic Pagoda opened by itself, but it might be a trap, so we didn't go inside. Wait. You're with somebody? Meishiu raised her eyebrows. That's right. I'm with Wang Xiuying right now. I met her by chance, and we've been traveling together since then. I see. Meishiu mumbled. By the way, are you responsible for killing the participants? A lot of participants had been disqualified after being killed by an invisible attack. Meishiu told him about the chaos that occurred outside the mystic realm because of his actions. Oh, yeah, that was me. I took care of everyone as we approached the Mystic Pagoda. There were a lot of them, but I made sure to kill all of them like the sect master had advised us to do. So Feng Feng and Xiao Hua were right about you being responsible for the attacks. All of the participants were unharmed after they left the mystic realm, right? Yuan asked her. The only reason he could kill them so casually was because he was told that they wouldn't die inside the mystic realm. Yes, all of them were fine. However, a few of them had lost a couple of levels for their cultivation after being killed. Meishiu revealed this to him. Well, at least they're not hurt. Yuan casually said. In his mind, it was much better to lose their cultivation than to die, since cultivation can be restored through time whilst death was permanent, for the NPCs at the very least. Meishiu also didn't think too much of it since she was not a cultivator. Will you be playing tonight? Meishiu asked him after dinner. Yes, I will. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the game whilst Meishiu went to sleep. Inside the game, Yuan flew towards the sky and began overseeing the Mystic Pagoda, patiently waiting for someone to fall for this trap. Once he realized that it might take a while before someone shows up, he decided to start practicing his flying skill in the sky. Thus, Yuan proceeded to spend the entire night circling around the place, improving his flying speed and air maneuvers. Wang Xiuying returned to the game in the morning. Welcome back. Yuan greeted her. Yuan? When did you come back on? She asked him. Since last night. What? You spent the entire night playing? That's not healthy, you know. Wang Xiuying sort of lectured him. Then she asked, did anybody come through at all? No, I didn't see anybody. It might take a couple of days before someone. Wait. I sense a presence not far from here. Yuan suddenly interrupted her. Really? Then let's hide. Wang Xiuying said. Yuan nodded and carried her into the air, hiding inside the clouds. About 15 minutes later, a figure approached the Mystic Pagoda. That person looks familiar for some reason. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this young man that had a goofy-looking face. After pondering for a moment, he remembered where he'd seen this person. Ah, that's the player who wanted me to show my face to him. He's a player? Wang Xiuying asked. Yes. The two of them continued to watch this player's every movement. The player first looked around the Mystic Pagoda just like they did when they first arrived. Once he found nothing special, the player stood before the door and started knocking on it. However, there was no response from the Mystic Pagoda. What's happening? Why isn't the door opening for him? Wang Xiuying mumbled in a puzzled voice. Let's wait a little bit longer, Yuan suggested. A few minutes later, the player started kicking the door to the Mystic Pagoda, hoping to open it by force. Once the player realized that kicking the door wasn't doing him any good, he started hitting it with the ordinary sword in his grasp. Ding! The sword rebounded after striking the door, flying right out of the player's grasp. After retrieving the sword, the player tried hitting the door again multiple times. However, in the end, the Mystic Pagoda remained unharmed. It doesn't look like the Mystic Pagoda will open for him, Wang Xiuying said. Then there's no reason to keep him alive, Yuan said, immediately controlling the starry abyss to fly at the goofy-looking player, creating a hole in his face a second later. Chapter 349 Inside the Mystic Pagoda. Once the player's corpse disappeared from the mystic realm, Yuan returned to the ground with Wang Xiuying. The door didn't open for that player. How weird. Wang Xiuying went to knock on the door again a few moments later, but there was no response this time. It's not opening even for us now. I wonder how this place works, she sighed. Yuan didn't say anything and approached her. It opened again. Wang Xiuying was surprised when the door suddenly opened. She then turned to look at Yuan with a pondering expression on her face. Yuan, can you go over there for a second? Wang Xiuying pointed. Yuan nodded and walked to the location. And just as Wang Xiuying expected, the Mystic Pagoda closed its doors when Yuan distanced himself from the building. Yuan. I think the door is opening for you. Come back here. Wang Xiuying said to him. For me? Why? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Once he approached the Mystic Pagoda, the doors opened again. Look. The door opened when you got close. And it will close if you walk away. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, do you know why this is happening? Did you do anything special before coming here? Yuan shook his head, not that I remember. Besides fighting some demons and meeting the Lan family, he didn't really do anything special. Wait a second. If the Empyrean Overlord belonged to the Lord, perhaps the Mystic Pagoda recognizes it, hence why it's opening its doors for me? Yuan suddenly recalled this fact. I'm going to go inside then, Yuan said a moment later. I will come with you. Wang Xiuying quickly said. Although there might be traps inside, it was much better than staying out here by herself, especially when there might be many participants who will be arriving soon. In other words, she felt much safer by Yuan's side. Yuan nodded his head, and the two of them entered the pagoda a moment later. This place is empty. Wang Xiuying said as she looked around the room that had literally nothing but a spiraling staircase a few meters away. After looking around to make sure the room was really empty, they proceeded upstairs to the second floor. However, the second floor was also empty. Nothing here either. Where are the treasures? A place this difficult to get into should have at least a couple of heaven-defying treasures, right? Wang Xiuying sighed. And just like previously, after spending a few minutes looking around, they proceeded to the next floor. From its appearance outside, the Mystic Pagoda should have 9 floors. Wang Xiuying said as they entered the third floor. Why am I not surprised? Wang Xiuying merely shook her head in disappointment when she saw that nothing was on the third floor as well. However, they still looked around regardless. Sometime later, they reached the 8th floor, and as expected, it was empty. There's only one more floor. I hope there's something there. Wang Xiuying said after looking around the place. After taking a deep breath, they walked upstairs. Look! There's actually something here. Wang Xiuying spoke with excitement when she noticed something different about the room. However, when she realized what these things were, her excitement immediately died. A bed, a desk, a chair. That's it? Wang Xiuying sighed. Then she noticed the mask hanging on the wall behind the desk. Well, that's something unique, I guess. Yuan looked around and said, well, I was told the master of the mystic realm used to live here, so it makes sense this room looks like this. He then turned to look at the mask on the wall and mumbled, that must be the mask he wore. What an ordinary-looking mask. Compared to his black jade mask, the mask on the wall looked too ordinary. In fact, it was just an ordinary mask with nothing special about it. I was hoping for this mask to be a treasure, but it turned out to be ordinary as well. Wang Xiuying said after inspecting the mask. Here. She then handed it to Yuan. Your old mask broke, right? You can use this one instead. Thank you. Yuan accepted the mask and immediately put it back on his face. Coincidentally, the mask fitted his face perfectly. What should we do now? There's clearly nothing in this room besides the furniture. Wang Xiuying said. Yuan looked around, and he noticed that there was another staircase leading up. There's still one more floor, he said to her. What? How is that possible? I remember very clearly that there are only 9 floors in this place. At least that's what it looked like from the outside. I also counted 9 floors. Yuan agreed with her. Maybe it's a secret floor where the treasures are held? Wang Xiuying's eyes began flickering with excitement and hope again. Let's check it out. A few moments later, they climbed the staircase. The 10th floor was clearly much smaller than the other floors, almost like an attic or sorts. However, there was nothing on this floor as well, nothing physical at the very least. What do you think this drawing is? Yuan asked her as he looked at the complicated drawing on the floor. This looks like a magic circle. At least that's what they look like in movies. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, but this is the cultivation world, so it's probably a formation. I have seen a couple of them before, but none of them look even remotely as complicated as this one. I think this is what is protecting the mystic pagoda. Wang Xiuying said after pondering for a moment. I think so too. Yuan agreed. However, just as they prepared to go back downstairs, the formation suddenly began to glow brightly. What's happening? Wang Xiuying exclaimed, and she subconsciously hugged Yuan. I have no idea. Before he could even finish his sentence, the two of them disappeared from the room, almost like they had been teleported or something. Chapter 350 Pillar of Light. Once Yuan and Wang Xiuying disappeared from the 10th floor and the Mystic Pagoda, the building itself began to glow a bright azure-colored light before shooting a massive beam into the sky for everyone in the mystic realm to see. At the Divine Forest, Lan Yingying was floating on top of the water at the waterfall where Yuan impregnated her with a dazed expression on her face when she first noticed the azure-colored pillar of light in the distance that pierced the heavens. What is that? For some reason, Lan Yingying felt an urge to approach that light. A few moments later, her grandparents could be seen flying in her direction in the sky. Grandfather. What is going on? She asked him. I also have no idea, but it seems to be coming from the Mystic Pagoda. Something must have happened there. We must see what's happening. Grandpa Lan said to her in an urgent manner. Lan Yingying quickly left the water to put on her clothes. A few moments later, Grandpa Lan transformed into his beast form before carrying the other two into the skies, flying towards the direction of the beam. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators were shocked when they saw this azure-colored beam in the sky. However, they were not shocked because of the light itself. They were shocked because the pillar of light had somehow managed to penetrate the mystic realm and appear in their world, piercing their heavens as well. Heavens! What is happening this time? The voices from the crystal balls were greatly shocked by this phenomenon. This is also my first time seeing this. I have no idea what is going on. Senior Nya shook his head with a nervous frown on his face. There have been too many unexplainable events happening in the mystic realm this year. Just what on earth is happening? Wait a second. This feeling I am getting from that pillar of light. It's a transportation formation. It's something similar to when I came down to the lower heavens from the spirit heavens. Senior Nyes suddenly realized this. What does that mean? One of the voices asked. Either somebody is going inside the mystic realm through a formation or the other way around. Someone is leaving the mystic realm. Senior Nyes said. The spectators were speechless. Who could be doing such a thing? And for what reason? Sometime later, one of the crystal balls cried out loud, "Ah! I can also see the pillar of light here." What? Senior Nya exclaimed. Another voice followed, "It's true. I can see it as well. Look outside." The people living at spirit heavens immediately looked outside their window, and to their surprise, the pillar of light had somehow managed to appear in the spirit heavens as well. Heavens! Don't tell me this is the same pillar of light from the mystic realm? What else could it be? How did this happen? The people from the spirit heavens were greatly bewildered by this unknown pillar of light, especially the people that had no idea about what was happening in the mystic realm. The powerful backgrounds from the spirit heavens were also alerted by this pillar of light, and people from all over the world were immediately sent to investigate it. Meanwhile, after disappearing from the mystic pagoda, Yuan and Wang Xiuying found themselves on this small platform that was surrounded by clouds, almost like they were somewhere in the sky. There was a path made from the same material as the platform in front of them, and at the end of this path was a tall wall that resembled city walls. Where are we? Wang Xiuying asked while she was still hugging Yuan's body tightly. Ding! You have discovered Ancient Dragon City, Fame plus 1000, Ancient Dragon City. Were we teleported to this place by that formation? Just what is this place? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. However, Yuan was quickly snapped out of his daze when he heard a shouting voice resound in his ears. Who are you people? How did you activate the teleport formation? Before Yuan could even react, a dozen people with weapons in their grasp surrounded him and Wang Xiuying, and they were all emitting the power of a spirit grandmaster. Why Yuan? Wang Xiuying's grasp on him tightened even more after feeling their unfriendly atmosphere. Hello, I'm sorry if we're not supposed to be here, but we were brought to this place against our will by accident through a formation. I think. Yuan said to them. Impossible. Nobody has used this teleport formation for hundreds of thousands of years. One of the figures said. What is your purpose for coming here? Another one asked. I already told you guys, I don't know how we got here. We also don't have any reason to be here, so I'd appreciate it if you tell us how we can go back. Yuan said to them. The group of people turned to look at each other. After a moment of silence, one of them said, That's impossible. We also don't know how to activate that formation. What? We can't go back? What about the mystic realm? Wang Xiuying exclaimed. Mystic realm. Don't tell me you're from the lower heavens. One of them recognized the mystic realm and asked. That's right. We came from the lower heavens. Yuan confirmed. After another moment of silence, the one leading them spoke. Regardless of your situation, we are going to bring you in for further questioning. If you resist, we'll kill you right here. In their eyes, neither Wang Xiuying and Yuan were powerful enough to threaten them, especially not Wang Xiuying, who was a mere spirit apprentice, so they lowered their guard a little bit. There's nothing we can do now but listen to them, Yuan. Wang Xiuying said to him. Yuan nodded, okay, well cooperate. Thus, the group of spirit grandmasters began escorting Yuan and Wang Xiuying towards the city walls in the distance. Chapter 351 Detained. Once they reached the gates, the spirit grandmasters stopped Yuan and Wang Xiuying and said to them, Before you enter, you must wear these handcuffs. Really? Why are we being treated like criminals? Wang Xiuying frowned at the sight of these cuffs. Why? Because you guys broke the rules, so you're criminals in our eyes. One of them said. What? What rules did we break? We just got here. Wang Xiuying was in disbelief. Just by coming here without permission, you've broken one of our most sacred rules. But we arrived here by accident. We didn't come here because we wanted to. Regardless of your circumstances or situation, it's a fact that you've stepped onto our sacred soil without permission. Furthermore, you're humans. Humans are not allowed in this place. You're humans as well. Wang Xiuying refuted. The spirit grandmasters looked at each other before bursting out with laughter. Humans? Us? Ha ha ha. We only took the appearance of humans because it's more convenient to travel in such a small form. That's right. We also take up much less space in this form. This form? Wang Xiuying stared at them with wide eyes, finally realizing the situation. Don't tell me you're all magical beasts in human forms? I have heard about it, but this is my first time actually seeing it in person. Wang Xiuying's body trembled once she realized that they were not really humans, only monsters in human skin. That's right. We're all dragons. They all held a prideful expression on their faces at this moment. Dragons? You're all divine beasts? Yuan looked at them with surprise. What? Not all dragons are divine beasts. What an ignorant human. The dragons shook their heads at him. Anyways, enough chit-chatting. Hurry up and put on these handcuffs, or well consider this as resisting us and well kill you on the spot. Since they were outnumbered and were technically in the wrong for coming to this place without permission, Yuan and Wang Xiuying agreed to be cuffed without much fuss. Good. Now we can enter the city. Wang Xiuying looked at these cuffs with a frown on her face, and she spoke, Yuan. I don't feel so good. It's like these cuffs are draining my strength, eh? Really? Yuan raised his eyebrows since he didn't feel such effects. These are special cuffs that will seal the cultivation of anyone wearing them, mostly humans. As long as you wear these, you won't be able to use your cultivation and cause any troubles. As if we'd cause any trouble. Wang Xiuying exclaimed. It's better to be safe than sorry, and we only have these kinds of shackles in this place, so it's not like we have a choice. The dragon said to them before bringing them into the city. Once they were inside the city, the dragons brought Yuan and Wang Xiuying into this building before tossing them into a jail cell. The two of you will stay right there until our supervisor comes for questioning, said the dragons before leaving them alone. I can't believe it. To think we'd become criminals and even tossed into a jail cell. Wang Xiuying sighed, as this was a completely new experience for her. We'll be fine as long as we cooperate with them, Yuan said to her. This is all that damned Mystic Pagoda's fault. Why did it bring us here? Are we still inside the Mystic Realm? If not, does this mean we have failed the event since we technically left the place? I have so many questions. Wang Xiuying sighed out loud. There's nothing we can really do since we're already in this place. Once they let us go, we will find a way back home. Yuan said. You're really optimistic, huh? What makes you think they'll release us? What if they keep us here forever? But we didn't do anything wrong. Why would they keep us here forever? Yuan tilted his head with an innocent expression on his face. You really don't understand, huh? These people are not human, Yuan. They're all magical beasts. I wouldn't be surprised if they treat humans like trash. Even worse, food. Wang Xiuying shuddered at the thought of being eaten by dragons. If anything happens, we can simply log off, Yuan said. But we won't be able to log back on afterwards since they'll be waiting for us. In other words, we won't be able to play until we have other players rescue us. But who could possibly rescue us when we don't even know where we are? If the only way to come here is through the Mystic Pagoda, nobody will be able to come here. Wang Xiuying sighed. Yuan frowned upon realizing how grave their situation was. If we die, maybe we'll respawn outside the Mystic Realm. Yuan then said. I doubt it. Did you already forget? We're inside a city, Yuan. All cities are checkpoints, so if you die, you'll simply respawn in your last city visited. Wang Xiuying said. Oh, I didn't know that since I have never died before. And I don't really interact with other players either. Yuan said. Anyways, we're in big trouble right now. Hopefully, these dragons don't have any grudges with humans. Wang Xiuying sighed. About half an hour later, a figure finally entered their room and stood before their jail cell. Hello. Yuan greeted this middle-aged man wearing silver armor that had a dragon design on his chest and 2 dragon heads on his shoulders. This middle-aged man didn't respond to his greetings, merely staring at them with a solemn expression on his face. How long has it been since I last saw humans? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? I don't remember. However, the stench you humans give off, I will never forget it. The middle-aged man mumbled with a look of disdain on his face. Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously after hearing his words. Clearly, this guy doesn't like humans. Which meant their chances of surviving this nonsense just dropped significantly. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke. I will now ask you questions. If anything that comes out of your mouth is not related to the question, I will have you both executed. Do you understand? Why yes. Wang Xiuying quickly nodded. Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 352 Interrogation. Once Yuan and Wang Xiuying nodded their heads, the middle-aged man began to speak. First question. How did you two use the teleport formation to get here? We don't know. Wang Xiuying said, and she continued, we were standing on this formation, and before we knew it, we were already teleported to this place. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man continued, second question, where were you guys before this? Where is this formation that you spoke of? It was inside this building that is also within this place called the Mystic Realm. The Mystic Realm? The middle-aged man frowned and turned silent again. Third question, what is your purpose for coming here? As Wed already said countless times by now, we didn't come here by choice. We have no reason to be here. Yuan said. Last question. What are your backgrounds? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at them with a sharp gaze. We're just disciples within the lower heavens. We were participating in this event that required us to enter the Mystic Realm, and after exploring the place, we ended up here. Wang Xiuying said. Sometime later, the middle-aged man turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wait. What about us? Wang Xiuying asked him in a nervous voice. You'll be staying here for a little longer while I verify some information. Don't worry, as much as I hate you, humans, I don't kill unnecessarily. The middle-aged man said to them before leaving the room. Phew. At least they won't immediately kill us. Wang Xiuying released a relieved sigh. Thus, the two of them continued to wait inside the jail cell. Meanwhile, outside the building, the middle-aged man made his way to this massive palace, which took him about an hour of flying. Captain Cheng. The guards at the bottom of this palace greeted this middle-aged man wearing silver armor. I'm here to see the royal family regarding the teleport formation that had recently been activated, he said. The royal family is already expecting you. Captain Cheng nodded his head and proceeded to walk the steps to the palace on the top. Even though he could simply fly up there, he didn't dare to do so since it was a sign of disregard and disrespect for the royal family that lived in this place. Sometime later, Captain Cheng entered the palace that was made entirely out of some sort of white jade-like material, giving the place an exquisite atmosphere. Once inside, Captain Cheng went straight to the audience hall, where 4 people sat at the end of the room, almost like they were expecting Captain Cheng to arrive. This subordinate apologizes for making the royal family wait. Captain Cheng kneeled on one of his knees and lowered his head before these 4 people before speaking in a respectful voice. Raise your head. One of the 4 figures spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Cheng raised his head to look at the 4 people sitting on the platform before him. A middle-aged man with sharp facial expressions, a beautiful middle-aged woman that gave off a sophisticated aura, a handsome young man with a stern look on his face, and finally, a graceful young lady with bright and clear eyes. Now, tell us about the individuals who'd managed to activate the teleport formation, said the middle-aged man wearing majestic robes fitting of an emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Xing responded before continuing, according to my investigation, these two individuals are humans from the lower heavens, and they'd accidentally arrived at this place. What? Humans from the lower heavens? And they accidentally arrived at this place? How is that possible? One doesn't simply just accidentally arrive at our ancient dragon city that has been isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years. The middle-aged woman spoke with a dumbfounded look on her beautiful face. They also mentioned coming from the mystic realm. Captain Xing suddenly added. What? The mystic realm? Why didn't you say that first, you idiot? The middle-aged lady quickly said. The mystic realm. So it's time, huh? The middle-aged man mumbled with a nostalgic look on his face. But why are there two people? I was only expecting one. Captain Xing, I want you to bring these two humans here. The middle-aged man then said. Pardon me? Your Majesty wants me to bring the humans, here? To the Dragon Palace? Captain Xing looked at them with wide eyes filled with shock, as he thought humans are forbidden to step foot inside the Dragon Palace. Do I have to repeat myself, Captain Xing? The middle-aged man frowned. And no. This subordinate will immediately bring them here. Please excuse me. Captain Xing quickly stood up and left the palace. However, he didn't forget to bow to them once more before leaving. Why are you allowing humans to step foot inside our sacred dragon palace, father? The young man sitting beside him asked after Captain Xing left the scene. This is a complicated situation that even I don't understand fully, and it's also our ancestors' will. What? The ancestors? The young man and young lady expressed great shock after hearing this. You're still too young to learn it, so I will spare the explanation for now. You'll probably understand it sooner or later regardless now that these visitors have finally come. The middle-aged man said. Finally come? The young man raised his eyebrows, as it sounded like they had been waiting for these people to come for a long time now. Didn't these humans come here by accident? How could they possibly predict something like this? I wonder what kind of people these humans are. This will be my first time seeing humans. The young lady suddenly spoke with anticipation in her eyes. Why are you excited? They are only humans, inferior beings compared to us dragons. From what I heard, they're all weak and have terrible characteristics. In fact, humans are the reason we've isolated ourselves in this world. The young man sneered. Still, I want to see them for myself. The young lady said. Chapter 353 Dragon Palace. After leaving the Dragon Palace, Captain Xing returned to the building where Yuan and Wang Xiuying were being held. Are the humans still inside? Captain Xing asked the guard standing outside. Yes, Captain. Nobody has entered or left this place ever since you left. The guards responded. Good. Captain Xing went inside a moment later to see Yuan and Wang Xiuying sitting in their jail cell with bored-looking expressions on their faces. Guards. Open the cells. Captain Xing said to them. Yes, Captain. The guards didn't question him and immediately opened the cell doors. Are we free? Wang Xiuying's face immediately brightened. No, you're not free. You're coming with me now. Captain Xing said to them. Oh. Wang Xiuying sighed after hearing this and returned to look dispirited. Once they were outside, Captain Xing carried the two of them into the skies using Qi manipulation. You're a spirit king? Yuan recognized his spiritual energy. However, it was much more powerful than Senior Niece and even Xiao Hua's cultivation. If he had to take a guess, this person was around the peak of Spirit King. Captain Sheng looked at Yuan and said, "You can tell? Not bad for someone only in the Spirit Grandmaster realm." Only? Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows. How powerful are the people here when you make it sound like Spirit Grandmasters are insignificant? Humph, you're from the lower heavens, so Spirit Grandmasters are probably the peak of cultivation there and are revered by everyone and their mother. However, in this world, Spirit Grandmasters are only qualified to become bodyguards at best. What? Bodyguards at best? Wang Xiuying stared at him with a dazed look on her face, as she was having trouble imagining the power scale of this place. Just where are we, exactly? Yuan asked him a moment later. You're currently in the ancient Dragon City, a place isolated from the 9 heavens. In other words, we don't belong to the 9 heavens. However, if we were, we would probably exist somewhere in the middle of the 9 heavens. So even higher than the spirit heavens? Amazing. Yuan expressed his admiration. Spirit heavens? Ha! That place is like a backwater area compared to our sacred place. Captain Sheng laughed out loud. Sometime later, Yuan asked, "By the way, where are we heading?" "We've been traveling for almost an hour now. It's a place that's too good for you humans, that's for sure. We're almost there. I'll explain it more once we get there." A few more minutes later, Captain Sheng started descending from the skies. "That's a palace? What a beautiful place." Yuan expressed his admiration for the palace made out of white jade. A breathtaking place, indeed. Wang Xiuying mumbled with a dazed look on her face. Once they landed, Captain Sheng said to them, "This is the Dragon Palace, where the royal family lives." The royal family? Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously. These people sound like incredible big shots. Why were they brought here? To meet the royal family? I will warn you now, and I will only warn you once. If you show even the slightest disrespect or hostility towards the royal family, I will immediately kill you on the spot. Captain Sheng warned them with a stern look on his face. Do you two understand? Yes. They quickly nodded. Good. Then follow me. Captain Sheng then led them to the staircase where other guards were stationed. Wow, they're really all spirit grandmasters. Yuan said to himself after seeing their cultivation. Once they climbed the staircase, Captain Sheng brought them to the audience room, where the royal family was already seated. That's the royal family? They have such a powerful atmosphere around them. Wang Xiuying could feel a suffocating pressure around her body just from looking at them. Stop right there. Captain Sheng suddenly said to them once they got within a certain distance from the royal family. Yuan and Wang Xiuying immediately stopped walking. Greet the royal family. He continued. Hello? The two of them greeted the royal family awkwardly, as they have never met royalty before, much less greet them. The audacity. Why aren't you kneeling on the floor when you're greeting the royal family? And what's with that greeting? Do you have a death wish? I even warned you right before we entered this place. Captain Sheng roared at them before grabbing the sword by his side and raising it into the air, seemingly prepared to chop them to pieces. Ah! Yuan! Wang Xiuying shouted in a terrified voice. Yuan subconsciously responded to Wang Xiuying's voice, and he immediately summoned the Empyrean Overlord and stood between Captain Sheng and Wang Xiuying, protecting her from him. Why you? How dare you point a weapon at me? A mere human. Captain Sheng's Spirit King cultivation base exploded from his body. Wang Xiuying coughed up a mouthful of blood after experiencing Captain Sheng's tyrannical cultivation base. Yuan wasn't much better. Even with his talents, the disparity between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit King was simply too much. Furthermore, his opponent was a dragon. However, he wasn't just going to stand there and do nothing while Wang Xiuying was feeling pain. But before he could really do anything, the middle-aged man sitting at the end of the room suddenly stood up and shouted in a loud voice, "Halt! A powerful aura that was far stronger than Captain Cheng's aura suddenly filled the place, yet it didn't hurt Yuan or Wang Xiuying. Instead, it cancelled out Captain Cheng's aura. Captain Cheng immediately withdrew his pressure after hearing the middle-aged man's words. Who told you to treat the guests so roughly, Captain Cheng? If you'd hurt them or worse, killed them, the death sentence would be the least of your worries. The middle-aged man exclaimed, shocking him. This subordinate was wrong. Captain Cheng immediately kneeled on the ground and apologized. However, the middle-aged man ignored him and approached Yuan and Wang Xiuying. Be at ease, guests. Things had gotten out of hand just now, and it was never our intention. The middle-aged man said to Yuan with a friendly smile on his face. Chapter 354 Royal Family. Despite the middle-aged man's friendly approach, Yuan remained alert, keeping the Empyrean overlord in his grasp. Captain Cheng, get out of our sight. The middle-aged man turned to look at him. But I cannot leave these two here without any supervision. Do you really think we need supervision for them? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. This subordinate has asked a stupid question. Please excuse me, Captain Cheng said before leaving the room with a reddened face. Once Captain Cheng left the scene, the middle-aged man returned his attention to Yuan and said, Shi Xingma, also known as the Dragon Emperor, ruler of the ancient dragon city. Behind me is my royal family. The middle-aged woman nodded her head and said, Shi Mingzi, also known as the Dragon Empress. Dragon Prince, Shi Murong, said the handsome young man in a prideful tone. Hello. I am Xi Meili, the youngest child. I have always wanted to meet humans. The graceful young lady spoke with a bright smile on her face, complimenting her bright eyes. Yuan felt oddly at ease after Xi Meili's introduction, and he lowered his sword. He then turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked her, Are you okay? Why yes. I am fine. I have experienced worse pain when I practiced my own medicine on myself. She nodded her head after wiping the blood from her lips. Here, let me help you get these cuffs off. The Dragon Emperor snapped his fingers, causing the cuffs to open and fall onto the ground. Once the situation calmed down, the Dragon Emperor returned to his seat and said to them, I have heard the situation from Captain Cheng. You two arrived here by accident after encountering a formation in the mystic realm, correct? That's right. Yuan nodded. After sitting there in silence with a pondering face, the Dragon Emperor spoke, Come with me. I want to confirm something, whether it's all just a big coincidence or you're really the one. Confirm what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. The Dragon Emperor stood up and said, Our ancestors had a prophecy, that one day, a human will arrive at our ancient dragon city and complete the ritual. Ritual? Wang Xiuying and Yuan looked at each other. This sounded dangerous in its own ways. Come with me, I'll show you. The Dragon Emperor said as he walked out of the room. Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed him. Not that they really had a choice in the first place. Hey, why are you wearing a mask? The Dragon Princess, Xi Meili, suddenly appeared beside Yuan and asked him with a curious gaze on her pretty face. Oh, I have my reasons. But if you want me to take it off, I don't mind, since that reason doesn't apply in this place. Yuan said. I want to see your face if you don't mind. Xi Meili said. Yuan nodded and removed the mask on his face, revealing to them his handsome and young face. Good enough? Yes, you look much better than I'd imagined. Xi Meili chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Yuan smiled. What's the outside world like? Are there a lot of humans? Xi Meili then asked. Yes, there are. The only thing different outside is that we're not surrounded by clouds like we're here. This reminds me, are we somewhere in the sky or something? Yuan then asked. Nope. That's just how this world is. The ground is made of clouds, and the sky also has clouds. I see. What a mythical place. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived at the ritual site, which was a couple of miles behind the Dragon Palace. The ritual site itself wasn't anything too special. There were 9 dragon statues placed in a circle formation, and in the middle of this formation was a crystal ball shaped like a dragon's head. What are we supposed to do here? Yuan asked them. Do you see that crystal ball in the middle? The Dragon Emperor asked him, and he continued without waiting for a response. That is the crystal of fate. If you drop your blood onto it, the crystal of fate will evaluate your talents, and the dragon statues will release a pillar of light that corresponds to your talents. If you can somehow make all 9 dragon statues release a pillar of light, a treasure will reveal itself. This treasure was left behind by our ancestors, and we have been trying to obtain it for millions of years now. However, we've never been able to release all 9 pillars of light, only 7 at most. Now this is where their prophecy comes into play. They said that one day, someone, a human, will arrive in our world and release all 9 pillars of light. Humph. As if a mere human could possibly have more talents than us dragons. The Dragon Prince suddenly snorted. He then looked at Yuan and said, just so you know, I have managed to release 7 pillars of light. And I am recognized as one of the most talented dragons since our ancestors' era. If you can release more pillars of light than I did, I will lower my head and call you boss. Eh? Yuan was at loss for words. By the way, I also managed to release 7 pillars of light. Xi Meili said a moment later. Now which one of you would like to go first? The prophecy only mentioned a single human, so I wasn't expecting 2. The Dragon Emperor said to them. Yuan then said, if we help you in this ritual, will you help us return to our own place? As in return to the mystic realm? That's going to be a little tricky since it's been a long time since anyone has left this world, but we'll try to assist you to the best of our abilities. I understand. Yuan nodded, then he turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked her, do you want to go first? I do. Wang Xiuying immediately nodded her head. Chapter 355 Dragon Awakening Ritual. Okay, then this young lady shall go first. The Dragon Emperor nodded his head at Wang Xiuying. Wang Xiuying then approached the crystal ball in the middle of the formation. I just need to drop some of my blood onto this crystal ball, right? She asked for confirmation. That is correct. You may use the dagger beside the crystal of fate to release your blood. Just a few drops will be enough. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Wang Xiuying grabbed the cool-looking dagger with a dragon design on the handle and poked a small hole on the tip of her finger. She then squeezed a few drops of blood onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately absorbed her blood and began glowing a subtle golden light. A few seconds later, one of the dragon statues emitted a golden aura before shooting into the sky. A few more seconds later, a second dragon statue released a pillar of golden light into the sky. Then, a third pillar of light appeared in the sky for all of the people in the city to see. Someone is partaking in the Dragon Awakening ritual? Who could it be? The people in the city stopped whatever they were doing to spectate the ritual like they always do. However, the ritual ended sooner than the people had expected, as the pillars of lights had stopped at 3. Ha ha ha. Which trash is participating in the ritual? 3 pillars of light? That's pathetic. When was the last time someone released only 3 pillars? I don't remember. The people spectating the ritual from afar burst out laughing when they saw the results. Meanwhile, at the ritual site, Xi Meili slapped his thighs and laughed out loud. 3? Ha ha ha. How laughable. I guess you're not the one. The Dragon Emperor shook his head at Wang Xiuying, who returned with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. Don't mind it, young lady. Releasing 3 pillars of light is actually very good for someone from the lower heavens. You should be proud of yourself. Xi Meili approached Wang Xiuying to comfort her. Thank you, Dragon Princess. Wang Xiuying said with a slight smile on her face. I am serious, young lady. Releasing 3 pillars of light is an incredible feat for a human. This dragon awakening ritual is meant for dragons. If other humans in the lower heavens were to take this ritual, they might not even be able to release a single pillar. Xi Meili reassured her that it was nothing to be embarrassed about. If you say it like that, I guess. The smile on Wang Xiuying's face became less stiff and more genuine. Young man, it's your turn. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yuan. Since Wang Xiuying failed, it was very likely that Yuan is the person mentioned in the prophecy, but there is also the chance that neither of them has anything to do with the prophecy and that they truly arrived in this place by accident. Sometime later, Yuan approached the crystal ball shaped like a dragon's head and took a deep breath. He then dropped some of his blood onto it. Once the crystal ball absorbed his blood, it immediately began to glow golden, and it was emitting a light that was noticeably more colorful than Wang Xiuying's attempt. A few seconds later, the first pillar of light was released, piercing straight into the heavens. The second pillar appeared a few more seconds later, as did the third and fourth. Look! Someone else is partaking in the dragon awakening ritual. 4 pillars, huh? At least this person is already better than the last one. Obtaining 3 pillars will guarantee that they will reach Spirit Grandmaster. 4 pillars mean they have the talent to reach Spirit Lord. A few seconds later, the 5th pillar appeared. 5 pillars. This person will reach at least Spirit King. Not bad. Oh. 6 pillars. Someone has managed to obtain 6 pillars. This person is, without a doubt, a genius. Spirit Emperor is guaranteed for this person as long as he or she lives long enough. H heavens. 7 pillars. This person has managed to get 7 pillars. He's on the same level as the children from the royal family. Whoever this person is, his future is looking great. S7 pillars. Xi Meili, the Dragon Prince, swallowed nervously upon seeing this, and an ominous feeling appeared in his guts. However, the 8th pillar didn't appear after the 7th pillar, at least not within just a few seconds like usual. Just as Xi Meili sighed in relief that Yuan stopped at 7 pillars of light, the 8th dragon statue began emitting a golden aura before shooting it into the skies, shocking the spectators. E8. 8 pillars. Whoever this individual is, he's managed to rival the ancestors in terms of talents. The spectators were shaking in excitement when they saw this. The Dragon Emperor also trembled with excitement and anticipation when he saw this. He's the one. There's no way he isn't the one in the prophecy. The Dragon Emperor was almost certain at this point that Yuan was the one they had been waiting for, the one who helped them reveal their ancestors' treasure. A whole minute after Yuan released the 8th pillar of light, the ancient dragon city suddenly began to shake, which shook the residents greatly, as they have never experienced an earthquake in this world before. In fact, natural earthquakes cannot happen in this world, so this was a phenomenon caused by something unnatural. What's happening? The earthquake was so powerful that it knocked many people onto the ground. A few moments into the earthquake, the 9th dragon statue suddenly began to emit a golden aura. However, what came out of the 9th statue wasn't a pillar of light. Instead, the hologram of a dragon appeared from the statue and flew towards the sky before circling around the world like some kind of guardian. In fact, this dragon somewhat resembled the dragon that appeared at the Dragon Essence Temple after Yuan cleared all 100 floors of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Chapter 356 Dragon Ancestor. The moment this dragon appeared in the sky, the Dragon Emperor and his family could feel their blood reacting to the dragon. Ancestor. The Dragon Emperor and the others immediately kowtowed on the ground and bowed to the dragon in the sky. If one were to see the ancient dragon city from above right now, one would see that every person in this city was kowtowing at this moment. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the royal family had been summoned after awakening the 9th dragon statue. This dragon looks familiar. The Great One? Yuan sort of recognized this dragon in the sky, as it resembled the Great One he has met multiple times by now. After circling around the sky above the ancient dragon city exactly 9 times, the golden dragon stopped flying and turned to stare at the city with its powerful gaze that sent chills down everyone's spine. The dragon ancestor then narrowed its eyes at the area behind the dragon palace, or more specifically, the individual who was standing in the dragon awakening ritual, Yuan. So you have finally returned. The dragon ancestor spoke. And it continued, oh, before you respond or ask me anything, I am merely a recording, so I won't be able to answer your questions. After a moment of silence, the dragon ancestor continued, the fact that you've summoned me means you've finally made it to my humble world. You may or may not remember anything, but this is proof that you're on the right track. However, coming here is just the beginning. You still have a long journey before you will accomplish your goals. And just like we have arranged, I have left behind for you a small gift. I hope to see you soon at the peak. After a small pause, the dragon ancestor continued, now as for my family. I don't know who is in charge right now or what you're doing, but I want you to treat my little friend here right. Consider this request my will or something like that. You won't regret it, I promise. Until next time, my friend. The dragon ancestor disappeared from the sky shortly after saying his words, dumbfounding everybody in the ancient dragon city, as nobody there had any idea what their ancestor was talking about. However, to call someone its friend, this person must be fairly important to the dragon ancestor. Once the dragon ancestor disappeared, the ninth and final pillar of light appeared in the sky. It was at this moment a massive magic circle appeared in the sky above the ancient dragon city. What the heck is that? Xi Meili cried out loud when he saw this formation. Such a thing existed above the city? Even I didn't know this. The Dragon Emperor was also shocked to see the formation. A few moments later, this formation in the sky released a powerful light that basked everyone in the ancient dragon city. Father. I can feel my body growing more powerful. I think this light is affecting our bloodline. Xi Meili suddenly exclaimed. What? When Xi Meili mentioned their bloodline, the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress immediately checked their bodies, and sure enough, their bloodlines had improved. The formation in the sky disappeared exactly a minute later, and a small object could be seen descending from the sky afterward. This object descended towards the Dragon Palace and hovered in front of Yuan sometime later. This is a drop of blood? Yuan grabbed the bottle that contained a single drop of blood inside. You have completed the hidden quest, Dragon Awakening Ritual. You have obtained Dragon Ancestor's blood essence. You have obtained fame plus 500. Peace quickly returned to the ancient dragon city, but the people there were still filled with shock and disbelief about the events today, and they will remain that way for the next couple of days. Why, young man, what was your name again? The Dragon Emperor looked at Yuan with a complicated look on his face. Yuan. Do you think I can take a look at that treasure, Yuan? Don't worry, I won't take it from you. The Ancestor has already spoken. That treasure belongs to whoever manages to release all 9 pillars of light. The Dragon Emperor reassured him that they won't take away the treasure. After all, if they went against their ancestors' wishes, it might affect their bloodline, and no treasure in this world is worth more than their own bloodline. Yuan nodded and handed him the bottle. The royal family gathered around the Dragon Emperor and looked at the drop of blood inside the bottle. My bloodline is reacting to this drop of blood. Xi Meili said. Mine as well. Xi Meili agreed. I think this drop of blood belongs to the Ancestor. The Dragon Emperor said. If that's true, this drop of blood is too precious to be given to a human. We cannot give it to him. It'll be worth more in our hands. Xi Meili said. Pap. Ah. Xi Meili suddenly cried out loud in a painful voice when the Dragon Empress slapped him. She then said with a frown on her face, Were you asleep just now when the Dragon Ancestor spoke? The Dragon Ancestor wants this treasure to be given to Yuan, so it will be given to him. No questions asked. Unless you want to challenge the Dragon Ancestor. I don't dare. Xi Meili quickly said. Challenge the Dragon Ancestor who dominated the 9 heavens and created this utopia for them? He'd be cursed to death by everyone around him regardless of his status as Dragon Prince. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor handed the bottle back to Yuan and said to him, "Please take care of this treasure, Yuan. This drop of blood is worth more than you can possibly fathom. It's not something a human being should hold if I have to be completely honest with you." "I understand. Thank you." Yuan nodded and accepted the bottle of blood. Do you have something I can use to hold it?" "I don't have my spatial ring with me." The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "Of course. We have plenty of those. Come with me." Chapter 357 Xi Meili. Sometime later, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed the royal family back into the Dragon Palace. "Congratulations, Yuan. You've managed to obtain a treasure that even immortals would kill for," Xi Meili said to him. "Immortals? How powerful are immortals?" Yuan asked. "Real immortals are extremely powerful. They're so powerful that even my parents cannot do anything to them despite their cultivation bases," Xi Meili said, and she continued, "By the way, my parents are one realm above spirit emperors, spirit sovereigns." "I see, but what can I do with this drop of blood? Can I consume it?" Yuan then asked. After all, he's already consumed phoenix blood before. "Yes. You can consume it to increase the grade of your bloodline. And depending on your bloodline, it might increase the grade of your bloodline by more than 1 grade. Crazy, right? Humans would go to war for this drop of blood," Xi Meili said. "How lucky, Yuan. You have once again obtained something incredible." Wang Xiuying congratulated him. And she continued, "In beginning to understand how you were able to achieve the things you had achieved." "It just happens," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor handed Yuan a spatial ring. "Here, you can use this to store your treasures." Dragon Spatial Ring, Grade, Heaven, Mental Strength Required, 25,000, Description, a pouch that contains its own space. Much larger than normal spatial rings. Can hold a few hundred watermelons inside. "Thank you." Yuan accepted the ring before storing the Dragon Ancestor's blood essence inside. "Now, regarding your way back to the lower heavens. We can try to activate the teleport formation you guys came from, but that will require some time and research since it's been a very long time since we last used it," the Dragon Emperor said to them. "How long do you think it'll take, Senior Xi?" Wang Xiuying asked him. "At least a week," he responded. "A week, huh? As long as we can get back before the Mystic Realm event ends." She nodded. "You can stay here in the meantime. I will assign some servants to you. I will do it." Xi Meili suddenly interrupted, even volunteering for the job. "You will?" Her father looked at her with raised eyebrows. "You guys don't mind, right? I want to spend as much time as I can with you two before you leave this place. Who knows, maybe this will be my last time seeing humans," Xi Meili said. "I don't mind," Yuan said. "Me neither." Wang Xiuying agreed. "Great. Lunch is about to be served, so we can decide what you want to do afterward. Maybe I can show you around the city or something," Xi Meili suggested. "That sounds like a great idea." As someone who loves to explore, Yuan agreed with her suggestion. Xi Meili then brought them to the guest room, where they drank tea and talked about random things until lunch was prepared. "What's life like here? You can't leave this place, right?" "It reminds me of the people inside the Mystic Realm since they also cannot leave that world," Yuan asked Xi Meili. "It's not that we cannot leave this place. We can leave whenever we want, but nobody really wants to go outside," Xi Meili revealed to him. "Really? Why? Aren't you bored of staying in this one place for the rest of your life?" Yuan then asked. "Although I don't know how big the outside world is, I was told that the ancient dragon city was comparable to an entire continent outside. And while it does get boring sometimes, at least we're safe in this world. I heard from my parents that the outside world is incredibly dangerous with life-threatening existences roaming everywhere. In this world, people rarely die from unnatural causes, and everyone can live for tens of thousands of years without any worries. What an incredible place. It sounds almost like a paradise. Wang Xiuying said, feeling a little envious of their peaceful life. Yes. Xi Meili nodded her head with a bright expression on her face, and she continued to speak. Furthermore, everyone in this world is from the dragon race, so we don't have to worry about arguing with the other races, which is incredibly common in the outside world from what I heard. I see. By the way, what cultivation are you? I cannot sense your cultivation base. Yuan suddenly asked her, as he has been wondering about this for a while now. Me? I'm a spirit emperor, she casually said. Spirit emperor? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Wang Xiuying asked her. I will be 10,169 years old next month. 10,000 years old? You don't look that old. Wang Xiuying said, feeling a little envious of Xi Meili. If only she could be 100 years old and look like she was in her early 20s, much less 10,000 years old, that would be the dream of every female in the real world. Old? I'm still very young. My brother is almost 30,000 years old. As for my parents, they're well over 100,000 years old. Xi Meili said. What's the average lifespan for an ordinary dragon? Yuan asked out of curiosity. About 50,000 years, but that number increases drastically with cultivation. 50,000 years. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. The cultivation world is truly unfathomable and filled with wonders. What about you two? How old are you? Xi Meili asked them next. I'm 18 years old. Wang Xiuying said. I'm also 18 years old, Yuan said. Wait. You're only 18 years old? Xi Meili looked at Yuan with a gawking expression on her pretty face. Yes? Yuan said in a questioning tone. And you're already a spirit grandmaster? As expected of someone who managed to release all 9 pillars of light. Your talents are truly terrifying. Xi Meili said. Sometime later, a servant notified them that lunch was prepared. Let's go eat for now. We can talk more later. Xi Meili said, escorting them to the dining room shortly after. Chapter 358 A Dragon's Pride. Once Xi Meili brought them to the dining room, they were greeted by a large table that was filled with food from the center to the edge of the table. There was so much food on the table that it looked like a feast for 100 people. Wang Xiuying was left speechless by this. Surely, they didn't have to cook that much food for just 6 people, right? That's a lot of food, Yuan said out loud after seeing it. Xi Meili chuckled and said, We're dragons, we eat a lot. Come, take a seat. The Dragon Emperor said to them with a bright smile on his face, clearly in a very blissful mood. A few moments later, once they were all seated, the Dragon Emperor spoke again. Yuan, I will raise this cup for you, who released all 9 pillars of light and made history today, even helping us improve our bloodlines. Thank you, Yuan. The Dragon Empress also raised her cup. Che. As much as I hate to admit it, you're pretty good for a human. Xi Meili also raised his cup. After spending some time alone, Xi Meili realized that Yuan wasn't like the other humans and that he was qualified to be acknowledged by them. If I remember correctly, you promised to address Yuan as boss if he managed to release more pillars than you, elder brother. Xi Meili reminded him as she raised her cup. Shut up. Why did you have to remind him? Xi Meili's face quickly flushed with redness. Go ahead. Eat whatever you want and as much as you want. The Dragon Emperor said to them before digging in. The royal family immediately started grabbing the food and tossed them into their mouths, taking large bites and eating them in a somewhat barbaric manner, completely unbefitting of their status. Wang Xiuying was left speechless by their eating manner, but when she thought about it, they were not human, and their eating resembled how magical beasts would eat their food. Wow, these foods have so much spiritual energy in them. They taste great. Yuan exclaimed after swallowing a mouthful of food. Almost everything on this table was raised by the royal family. I'm glad you like it. The Dragon Emperor laughed. I can feel my cultivation base soaring just from eating. I have never experienced this before. Wang Xiuying managed to enter the spirit warrior realm after swallowing a few mouthfuls of food. Most of them are raised to spirit grandmaster before we eat them, so you're consuming spirit grandmaster spiritual meat. You'll most likely increase a few more levels during this lunch. Xi Meili said to her. Spirit grandmaster spiritual meat. I don't know about the spirit heavens, but the lower heavens definitely don't have such luxury. Wang Xiuying mumbled, and she quickly began stuffing more food inside her mouth, as this was a great opportunity to raise her cultivation easily. It was the right choice to follow Yuan. If I continue following him, who knows what might happen. I might even become a top player just by following him. Wang Xiuying thought to herself. Unfortunately, I am not playing this game to become the best player out there. Since her main objective was to find a cure for Yu Tian in this vast cultivation world, she will be focusing on that. If I can go to the spirit heavens, I will be able to learn even more things. I might even find a cure for Yu Tian. Wang Xiuying thought. Sometime later, once they had consumed over half of the food on the table, the royal family began worrying if they would have enough food or not, as they had underestimated Yuan's eating capabilities. Heavens! This human's appetite is as big as us dragons. And dragons are known for having huge appetites compared to the other races. Xi Meili cried inwardly when he realized how much Yuan had eaten. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying had stopped eating long ago, and she was on the verge of collapsing from eating too much. However, she had managed to increase her cultivation base to 9th level spirit warrior from her effort. Tell the cooks to bring us more food. And tell them to not stop cooking until I say so. The Dragon Emperor commanded the servants there, as he wasn't going to risk running out of food, which would be an embarrassment for their family. A royal family running out of food during a feast? If word got out, they would become laughing stocks. If there's not enough food, you don't have to mind me, Yuan said to them with an innocent face. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. Eat as much as you want. In fact, don't stop eating until you're full. The Dragon Emperor said. Yuan nodded and continued to stuff his face with more food. When Xi Meili saw this, he quickened his eating pace, not wanting to lose to Yuan for a second time. Although you might have beaten me in terms of talent, I will never let you beat me when it comes to eating. My pride as a dragon is on the line here. Xi Meili cried inwardly. A few hours and a couple 100 pounds of food later, Yuan patted his round stomach and finally stopped eating. I am full. He said with a satisfied look on his face, as it has been a long time since he'd been this full. Yes. I won. Xi Meili said with a somewhat sick look on his face. Huh? Yuan looked at Xi Meili, who was looking in his direction with a prideful look, unaware of the battle they just had. Are you sure you're really human and don't actually have a dragon bloodline? Xi Meili chuckled. I'm pretty sure I am human. Yuan smiled. Anyways, it's getting late, so I'll have to visit the city tomorrow. I'll show you the guest rooms now if you're ready to move. Xi Meili said to them. Give me a few minutes. Yuan said while pointing at his round belly. Me too. Wang Xiuying also said. Don't worry. Take all the time you need. I'll go prepare your rooms now. Xi Meili said to them before leaving the dining room. Chapter 359 Rivals. While Xi Meili went to prepare their rooms, the Dragon Emperor remained in the room with them and spoke. Yuan, if you have any questions for me, now is the best time. Now that you mention it, I have had something on my mind ever since I saw the Dragon Ancestor. Just who is the Dragon Ancestor? And is he related to the Great One? Yuan asked. The Dragon Emperor immediately frowned upon hearing Yuan mention the Great One, and he spoke in a serious voice. Where did you hear about the Great One? Oh, I met him a few times. Well, not actually in person, but I have spoken with his illusions a couple of times, Yuan said. I see. The Dragon Emperor closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. The Dragon Ancestor and the Great One are not related at all. The Dragon Ancestor is an incredibly powerful divine beast who has existed since the primordial era with multiple empires across the 9 heavens, and this ancient dragon city is merely one of them. As for the Great One, he was born in the same era as the Dragon Ancestor, and they were rivals of sorts, both racing to the peak. Rivals, huh? Do you know who won? Yuan asked. Sorry, but I can't tell you, as I don't have the answer to your question. According to the rumors, they were both equally as talented, so who knows, really? I see. Yuan mumbled. Then do you know where I can find the Great One? Unfortunately, the Great One isn't someone you can just find. You must have a strong destiny if you want to find him, and even then, you don't know when or where you'll find him. The Dragon Emperor said. And from my knowledge, the Great One is always traveling the 9 heavens. I see. Yuan nodded. By the way, I have been wondering as well. What was the Dragon Ancestor talking about? They had anticipated your arrival and even expected that you'd release all 9 pillars of light. It seemed like they had arranged for everything that happened today. Honestly, I also have no idea. This is my first time in this place, and I have never met any dragons besides the Great One before coming here. Yuan shrugged. How weird. The Dragon Emperor mumbled. The Dragon Ancestor definitely expected Yuan's arrival, even speaking to him as though he was very familiar with Yuan. Of course, it was only a recording, but something felt odd about this situation. Sometime later, Xi Meili returned and said, Your rooms are prepared. Can you guys walk now? Yes, I can. Thank you. Yuan nodded as he stood up from his chair, feeling as though he'd gained some weight overall. Thus, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed Xi Meili to their rooms. Wow, what a massive room. I have never been to such a luxurious room before, and I have been to many high-grade hotels because of my grandpa. Wang Xiuying exclaimed. As the granddaughter of one of the most famous doctors in the world, it was only natural that Wang Xiuying would have plenty of experience as a rich young lady. However, no hotel in their world could rival a mere guest room in the Dragon Palace that was as spacious as an entire house. Yuan, your room is right next door. Xi Meili said to him. Okay. Thank you. I'll leave you two alone to rest now. Tomorrow, I will show you guys around the city, okay? That sounds great. Yuan nodded. Great. Then good night. Xi Meili said to them before leaving and returning to her own room. This is such a wonderful room that I'm going to sleep in here tonight instead of my own room. Wang Xiuying declared with an excited look on her face. What happened to sleeping every day? Yuan said with a teasing smile on his face. Shut it. Once in a while is fine. And I am still technically sleeping. It's just that I'll be doing it inside the game. She quickly refuted, her face slightly rosy. Then I'll see you later. Good night. Yuan said to her before going to his own room. Good night, Yuan. A few moments later, Yuan entered his own room and looked around, paying the most attention to the ancient-looking furniture. After spending many minutes looking around the place, Yuan jumped onto the large bed that could easily fit an entire family of 4. Wow, what a comfortable bed. I have never experienced anything like this before. Yuan felt as though he was sleeping on clouds when he laid on the bed. Sometime later, he retrieved the Dragon Ancestor's blood essence and stared at it silently. I really want to consume this right now, but it's probably better to wait until I return to Feng Feng's side so I can ask for advice. I can't be so hasty with such a priceless treasure, after all. With that in mind, Yuan stored the dragon blood back into the dragon spatial ring. Yuan logged off the game shortly after for dinner. Yuan, something happened outside the mystic realm today. Meishio said to him as she fed him dinner. What happened? A pillar of light shot out of the mystic realm, she said. Really? What caused this pillar of light? Yuan was unaware that the pillar of light was created by the teleport formation. Nobody knows. However, the pillar of light came from the mystic pagoda, so something probably happened there, she then said. Mystic pagoda? Yuan suddenly realized something. I think I know why. He then said. Really? What caused it? This is going to be a little long, so I'll tell you after dinner, Yuan said. Okay. After feeding Yuan dinner and cleaning the mess, she returned to his room for his long story. Let's see, where should I begin? After pondering for a moment, Yuan began recalling what had experienced in the mystic realm today, starting from how he entered the mystic pagoda with Wang Xiuying before being teleported to this weird place where only dragons lived. Chapter 360 Serious Implications. Ancient Dragon City. So are you still inside the mystic realm or not? Meishio asked him after hearing his story. I don't think so. But you still have your cultivation base, right? Shouldn't your cultivation base return to your original cultivation base, maybe a little more after you leave the place? Meishio asked. Now that you mention it, I still had my mystic realm cultivation base at the ancient dragon city. Maybe it's a phenomenon because I didn't leave the mystic realm the proper way? That's the only logical explanation for it, I guess, Meishio mumbled. Anyways, what are you going to do now? Do you have a way to return to the mystic realm? I have no idea how to return, but the Dragon Emperor said he'll try to do something about it, so we can only rely on him for now. Do you want me to tell the sect master and the others? Meishio then asked. I don't want them to worry, so let's keep this a secret for now, and it's not like we're in danger or anything, Yuan said. Okay. Sometime later, Meishio left his room whilst Yuan went back inside the game, mostly because he wanted to sleep in the dragon palace that was much more comfortable than his own room, just like Wang Xiuying. Ah, this bed is perfect. Yuan closed his eyes and fully indulged himself in the comfort, feeling as though he was surrounded by fluffy clouds, and he quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Yuan was woken up by a knock at the door. Yuan, are you awake? Xi Meili's voice resounded from outside. Yes. I am awake. Yuan responded in a sleepy voice. I just want to let you know that breakfast will be ready soon, so if you're hungry, just go to the dining room in about an hour. Okay. I'll be there. Yuan said to her. Shortly after waking up, Yuan logged off for Mixius breakfast. By the way, Dr. Wang texted me this morning. He said that he'll be here in a bit. Okay. About half an hour after breakfast, Dr. Wang knocked on their door. I know this is a bit earlier than usual, but I'll be busy later, so I hope you don't mind. Dr. Wang said after he arrived. Don't worry about it, Dr. Wang. I'm grateful that you would come here even when you're so busy. Dr. Wang proceeded to check Yuan's health and body. As expected, your body is growing stronger and stronger. However, it's very weird that despite having a body that's healthier than even some athletes, you're still unable to move your body, almost like there is an invisible force preventing you from moving. If I wasn't a doctor, I would believe that you had been cursed or something. Dr. Wang said. Cursed? Huh. That's very funny, Dr. Wang. Yuan chuckled, as he didn't believe in these kinds of things. I am serious, young master. Your situation makes no sense at all. You're not sick. Your body is fine. We have tested your blood, your bones, your muscles, everything. However, we couldn't find anything wrong with your body. I also don't believe in superstitions, but your situation is making me doubt my own beliefs. Dr. Wang said. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Meishio, are you here? Yes, I am. Sorry, but can you leave for a moment? I'd like to speak with Dr. Wang privately. Okay, Meishio said before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. We're alone now, young master. What do you have for me? Dr. Wang asked him. Yuan didn't say anything, only lifting one of his arms a little off the bed. What? Why you, lower your voice, Dr. Wang. Yuan quickly interrupted him. Dr. Wang subconsciously covered his mouth with his hands, and he stared at Yuan with his eyes wide with shock. Once head calmed down enough, he spoke, Why young master? Since when can you? A couple of weeks ago, I guess, Yuan said. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret, but I wanted to wait until I could move properly so that I could surprise you all. Who else besides myself knows about this? Dr. Wang asked him. Only you and Miss Meifeng know about this, Yuan said. Meifeng? Meixia's mother? Yes. Tell me more about this, young master. Did it suddenly happen? Or did you do something special? Dr. Wang asked. Well, my recovery began when I started playing Cultivation Online. What? That super popular game that's currently dominating the world? My granddaughter also plays it. This is going to sound crazy, but I think the game somehow affects our real body as well. Although I have no concrete proof, I have a feeling that's what is happening. Yuan said. Indeed, that does sound a little. No, it definitely sounds crazy. Dr. Wang agreed with him. I know, but Dr. Wang, do you remember when I was covered in that smelly stuff? The impurities? There's no way I could ever forget about that, and I can still smell the stench very clearly. Dr. Wang shuddered just thinking about the stench. Well, to tell you the truth, that also happened to me when I was playing the game. I ate some kind of treasure that cleansed all of the impurities from my body. When I logged off the game, I was shocked to find out that it also happened to my real body. Dr. Wang pondered with a serious look on his face. I understand. I will do my own investigation as well. If it's true that this game can somehow affect the real body, it will have some serious implications that could change the world. Dr. Wang said. Oh, it'll also keep this matter between us, so you don't have to worry about that. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Anyways, it's a great thing that you're finally recovering. It's been long overdue. I cannot wait to see you walk on your own again. Dr. Wang said with a genuine smile on his face. Chapter 361 Changing Diet. By the way, I am thinking about changing your diet back to normal. What do you think, young master? Dr. Wang suddenly asked him. Change my diet? You mean I get to eat normal food again? Yuan asked him in an excited voice, as it has been many years since he'd last tasted real food, in the real world at least. Yes, but it will be in small portions since your body will need to get adjusted to eating such food again. Also, you will need to speak with Meishio about this, since she will be the one cooking it. Dr. Wang said, and he continued, shall we get Meishio back in here? Yes. Sometime later, Dr. Wang called Meishio back into the room. So I have decided to change the young master's diet and see if he can eat real food again. Are you okay with that, Meishio? You'll be the one preparing all of the food, after all. If you need help, there are paid services out there that will help you cook the food and deliver it to your door. Dr. Wang explained to her. I can cook the food by myself, Meishio said without hesitation, as that was what she had been trained to do. Okay, then I will send you the menu in 3 days. You can continue feeding the young master soup for now. Dr. Wang said. I understand. Meishio nodded. Dr. Wang left shortly after. Yuan returned to the game, and he immediately went to the dining room. I'm sorry for arriving a little late. I was busy with something. Yuan apologized to them. It's fine. Let's eat before the food goes cold. The Dragon Emperor said to him before digging into the food. Breakfast lasted for an hour, and although it was not a feast, there was as much food last their previous meal. After breakfast, Xi Meili asked them, do you want to visit the city today? I do. Yuan immediately nodded. If you're going, I will go as well. Wang Xiuying said. Okay, then let's go. Once Yuan had rested enough to walk properly, Xi Meili brought them outside and proceeded to escort them around the city. You don't need guards? Wang Xiuying asked her. In her mind, princesses like her usually would have a bodyguard or two just in case something happens. Huh. You think I need a guard? I can protect myself just fine. And who would dare to mess with me? They have nowhere to run or hide in this world. Besides, I am only weaker than my parents and a few individuals in this world. Xi Meili said with a confident smile on her face. Sometime later, once they were on the streets, everybody they passed through would bow to them, or more specifically, Xi Meili. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, Dragon Princess. Good morning, everybody. Xi Meili returned their greetings with a bright smile on her face. Wow, do you have a good relationship with everyone? Yuan asked her, as he has never seen anyone so easygoing before. Of course. In such a small world, it would be more beneficial for everyone if we have a good relationship with each other. That makes sense. If only it was the same outside. Yuan sighed. Today, I want to show you guys the Ancestral Dragon Temple. It was created by our dragon ancestor. Xi Meili said. Ancestral Dragon Temple? What kind of place is it? Yuan asked, as it sounded similar to the Dragon Essence Temple's Dragon Temple. It's something like a playground for us dragons, and there are prizes if we win. Xi Meili said. A playground? That sounds very interesting. Yuan's anticipation immediately went up, as he has never been to a playground before. It's a little bit far from here, so bear with me. Of course, we can fly there, but that will take away the point of showing you the city. It's okay, we can walk there, Yuan said. Thus, they continued to make their way to the Ancestral Dragon Temple. On the way there, Xi Meili would give a history lesson on some of the buildings they passed. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the Ancestral Dragon Temple, which was filled with people. This is a playground? It doesn't look like one. Wang Xiuying said with her eyebrows raised. After all, playgrounds don't have arenas, at least they shouldn't. This is where dragons go to have fun. Xi Meili said. And she continued, and yes, we have fun by fighting with each other. There are 7 arenas in this place. You can challenge whoever you want, oh my god. He died. Wang Xiuying suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Xi Meili. On the stage, one of the fighters had decapitated his opponent. Xi Meili chuckled at her reaction and said, don't worry, he's not really dead. A few moments later, the dead fighter suddenly disappeared from the stage and appeared outside the stage with his head reattached to his body, and the person himself looked perfectly healthy. There's a formation in these arenas. As long as you stand on it, even if your body is destroyed, you will not truly die. This allows the fighters to go all out on each other. However, you will not be able to enter the stage for 1 week if you die because your body can only handle so much of the formation. If you die twice in a short time, the formation might not work properly. Xi Meili explained to them. She then pointed to another arena and continued, that arena over there also has a formation that can limit both fighters to a certain cultivation base so they can fight on fairer terms. For example, if a spirit grandmaster wants to fight a spirit king fairly, he can do so by fighting in that arena, where both of them will be spirit grandmasters. Does the lower heavens have something like this? I don't think so. At least I have never heard of such a thing until today, Yuan said. That's not unexpected, since these formations are pretty powerful and not something the lower heavens should have. Xi Meili said. Chapter 362 Ancestral Dragon Temple. Look! It's Her Highness, Princess Xi. Good morning, Princess Xi. When someone there noticed her presence and announced it, everyone there turned to bow to her, and even the fighters on the stage stopped fighting momentarily just to bow to her. Morning, everybody. Please, continue what you're doing. Don't mind us. Xi Meili waved at them. Princess Xi, are you here to fight today? There is a line of people waiting to exchange techniques with you. One of the judges there suddenly said to her. Ha ha ha. There's always a line. Another judge laughed out loud. One would expect a graceful princess like Xi Meili to avoid such things, but to one's surprise, Xi Meili loved to fight, and she was a regular at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Not only that, but she also accepts a fight from anyone no matter their background. Of course, she has yet to experience a single defeat in the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Sorry, but I am not here to fight today. I am just showing my new friends around the city. Xi Meili said. And then she thought of something. She turned to look at Yuan and said, unless you want to try it? You don't have to worry about getting hurt, and you get rewards if you win. What kind of rewards? Yuan asked. From spirit stones to treasures, I guess. The spectators can bet on the match, and if you win, you get a portion of it. The fighters can even gamble their treasures in a match. They won't die even if I kill them, right? Yuan wanted confirmation. Yes, you don't have to worry about hurting anyone. Xi Meili nodded. Okay, I will participate in a match. Yuan then agreed. Great. Oh, one more thing. Xi Meili approached Yuan until her face was right beside his ears, and she whispered, don't tell them you're a human for now. Pretend you're a dragon. Okay. He nodded. Won't they recognize him by his smell like the guards did? They knew we were humans right away. Wang Xiuying suddenly said. Not everyone in this world knows the smell of humans. In fact, most of them have never seen humans before, so you'll just smell a little funny to them. The guards are a little special because they're trained to detect humans. Xi Meili said. Smell funny? I don't think I like how that sounds. Wang Xiuying said. It's not a bad smell, at least I don't think so. I even think you smell pretty nice, especially Yuan. You have a unique smell that gives me a pleasant feeling whenever I smell it. Xi Meili said with a smile on her face. Judges. My friend here would like to participate in a match. Xi Meili then said to one of the judges. Oh. Sure. Which stage would he like to fight in? One of the judges then asked. What do you think, Yuan? Do you want to fight as a spirit grandmaster? You can even fight as a spirit master or spirit warrior. I'd like to fight as a spirit master, Yuan said, as he was more familiar with his own strength as a spirit master than a spirit grandmaster. Judge. Spirit master. Xi Meili then relayed his response to one of the judges. Go to stage number 7. He can go after this fight. The judge then said to her. Although there were people in line, who would dare make the dragon princess wait? The fighters didn't voice any complaints either, as they were used to this favoritism for her. Thank you. Thus, they began waiting for the fighters on the stage to finish their fight. Purple Dragon Fist. Iron Dragon Claws. Boom. A ripple of spiritual energy swept the area as these two fighters' techniques collided. Ah! One of the fighters flew off the arena a second later. Match ends. The winner is Long Yanjun. The judge announced. Do you want to continue fighting? The judge then asked the fighter. Who is my next opponent? He asked. The judge pointed to Yuan, who was standing beside Xi Meili. The dragon princess friend. Oh. Princess Xi's friend? Now that's something you don't see every day. Long Yanjun smiled before nodding his head. All right. I'll fight him as well. Come on the stage, young man. The judge said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and approached the stage. Many spectators that had been spectating the other stages suddenly left their stage to spectate Yuan's match, as they did not recognize him, and they were curious about his capabilities, especially since he was Xi Meili's friend. Does anyone recognize him? I don't think I have seen him before. One of the spectators asked out of curiosity. I don't recognize him either. Me neither. First time seeing him as well. Does nobody here know him? How is that possible? Although the ancient dragon city is as big as an entire continent, it was by no means a big place, especially when everyone could live for thousands of years with ease, so most of the people in this world already know each other one way or another. Therefore, it was incredibly rare for someone to remain as a nobody, especially if that person is a friend of the Dragon Princess, one of the most recognized individuals in this world. What's your name? Long Yanjun. The fighter on the stage introduced himself. You can call me Yuan, he responded. Yuan? I haven't heard of you before. Where did you come from? Long Yanjun asked him. The Dragon Essence Temple? Yuan said. Dragon Essence Temple? I have never heard of this place. Long Yanjun raised his eyebrows. Why yeah. It's a pretty small place so not many people know it. It's also in a secluded area very far away from this place. Yuan gave him an excuse, trying his best to act like he's from this world. I see. Well, best of luck to you. Long Yanjun clasped his hands and bowed to Yuan in a respectful manner. Yes, good luck to you as well. Yuan followed his movements and returned the bow. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.